play some games. Probably going to be on a good portion of today. We're going to just grind and grind and grind, and we'll get back to Grandmaster and see if we can get some points here. It's been a while. Miss streaming. Now, Lady Tremaine is currently still broken. She can't hit ward characters, which is a bit annoying, but I'm going to leave her in the deck anyway, because it's what I would ideally be running in that spot either way. We could maybe ink the Nick, but let's get rid of those three. Nice. So we got one jump ahead, a Shield of Virtue, and a Flaversham. We're probably going to go for that line, especially on the play. Slam the shield, say go. Flaversham draws 2 cards. Should let us keep up pretty well and find whatever sort of answers we need. Not the best draw. I guess we'll get rid of the shield so that we can one jump ahead here. We'll say go. I'll have to rely on the rat engine for drawing cards. For now. This is a pretty rough matchup overall. But we have a decent hand, so I think it'll be okay. Alright, rat. Draw 2 cards, say go. I may just try to get a bunch of ramps so we can take advantage of the Marise's Workshop. Likely gonna run out nothing. Interesting. We don't really need to draw cards with what our hand is right now. I wonder if I just smash into the Merlin. What can they do at 4? Nothing. Just kill their guy. It's fine. We don't really need to draw cards this turn. I'm probably looking to maybe ink a Maleficent. So we're going to go to 6 this turn. Yeah, let's ink a Maleficent. Given the matchup that we're playing, this is more important anyway. I think we're just going to do this and this and say go. And then we can start playing the Fishbone Quills and actually drawing cards off of them, which will be nice. Because this is essentially an aggro deck. They, for whatever reason, have not really played much aggro. This is obnoxious because it draws them cards, but such is life. Let's play this, draw a card. We don't have any Pawpsicles yet, which is unfortunate. Which means that we can probably just bin this. I'm debating on whether or not I want to draw cards with the Quill here. Kind of. Kind of. Maybe get rid of the other Quill. If we're going to draw 2 cards, we can do this. That way we still keep a Quill, and then we can ink this. Yeah, I like this better. It's send it back. Now we have some Tamatoas that we can start playing. I don't really care if they kill Flaversham at this point, since we're going to be... They can spend their turn dealing with this. I don't care. We're going to start playing Tamatoas now, getting our cards back. We'll go for the shield first, probably, so that we can play it if we need to. And if they play a single threat that we care about, we can just Lady Tremaine instead, and that's also fine. It's like just a rat. Doesn't matter. Let's go Tamatoa. Get the shield. Thinking Ink the Maui and the Lady Tremaine. So we can play this and draw a card and say go. Because we have the Tamatoa, we really want to be able to take advantage of getting more A, items in play, but also B, more ink. Like, we're pretty greedy for ink. This is not a good card. I don't recommend playing this card anymore, now that we have better options. I certainly wouldn't have inked that goat ever, really, in this matchup. Or any matchup. That goat is like one of their best cards. Specifically against us, for sure. Let's do that. Let's play this Quill. Draw a card. We can get rid of this, I think. I don't have any items in the bin, so I think we wait on the Tamatoa. I really want to kill this, because I assume that they are going to kill it. Let's just untap this and say go. They're likely going to try and be prepared here, which is fine. Try. They can just be prepared here if they want, if they're running it. The major issue with this is that they haven't really drawn any extra cards. They have 6 cards on them. Oh, that's a good draw. I think we ink this, play this, Pawpsicle that, play Tamatoa and get it back. Just leave it in our hand and say go. Unfortunately, you can't just sack Pawpsicle with no target. But we'll take another draw 2 to our hand, that's fine. They're running out of cards, and we are not, which is kind of neat. Pawpsicle, draw 2 cards. Judy. Draw a card. We got the rat. Nice. Use that next turn. Do this. We don't need all these be prepared, realistically. We are 11 cards up on them. I don't care if they're killing our things at this point. We just have so many more resources to work with. Almost double their ink. Pretty good. Pretty good. Elsa. Yeah. Sure. Pawpsicle. Drop 2 cards. Ink that. We'll play this. Play this. Get the Pawpsicle back. Draw 2 cards. Let's ink a Scar. And a Judy here. Actually, we don't need to ink the Judy. I can't use that yet. Do this, and then just ink the Maui and say go. We now have more than double their ink. So at this point, we probably don't need to ink a ton more unless it's useless. Which realistically most cards are. Any additional workshops will probably ink though, unless we are really desperate to draw, since we're so deep into the deck. Alright, do they have a third Be Prepared here? Nope, just Maleficent. Okay. Let's do... Scar... Untap Lady Tremaine. Get the Maleficent, and then we'll bash with everything. I'm gonna hold Bell just in case they find another board wipe. Let's do... I don't really think that we're gonna need this, but I don't know. Let's just say go. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to think. You could just untap something. Just like doesn't matter. Just like Big Dead. Might have been a good idea to play something else just to threaten lethal, but it's fine. I just don't have enough resources to really keep up here. Just win over 2 turns. It's fine. This. Grab another Pawpsicle. What if we just draw a bunch of cards because it's fun? It was fun. Nice. Okay, your turn. This is why I don't think Ursula's Cauldron is really that exciting, because there's not much going on there. We've won another game. All right, run it back. We go first. Sending an awful lot back, but I don't really need this early. Without ramp, these are less exciting. We don't need this or this since we have Hiram. Nice. That's a pretty good draw. I'm content with this. I don't know if we need 2 rats, though. 1 rat's probably fine. Nice. We'll ink this. Ink this. Maleficent. This looks like probably the purple aggro deck again. I don't suspect that this queen is going to be useful, so I'm not too worried about it. They might let us get him, but I doubt that they'll just blind attack with Pascal without running something out. If they do, we'll probably do this instead of the rat. Oh, nice. Punished. Guess we just ink this and say go. There's an argument to do the Flaversham, but being able to kill Pascal essentially for free is like too good a value. Couldn't help myself. like, messes up their everything. Because now their Mim is, like, unplayable. Just, like, out here running out Aladdins. Do this. Pawpsicle. The Knicks are decent here. Because they can get a Pawpsicle back, but I think we'll do it this way. Use the other one for it, maybe. I don't care if they Aladdin kill the queen here. If they're playing the shift Aladdin, they get me. But then I'll get him with the Lady Tremaine. Which I doubt that's what's going to happen, but where can I get this game? So you can go to Pixelborn, tcg.com. They have a launcher that's pretty neat. That can let you download it directly. So let's battle with this. Get rid of the Pawpsicle again. Maui and an apple. Yeah, with the 2 Be Prepareds, I don't think that we're going to need this Maui. If we apple the Aladdin, we can kill it, but if the Pascal's not tapped, it doesn't really matter. Let's just play Nick and get the Pawpsicle back and play it. Alright, go ahead. Like, I don't know how control-y some of these decks are planning on being. If they end up running out Maui here, yeah, then I don't even care about what they're doing. This deck has a terrible matchup against us. Okay. Sure. Interesting. Interesting line that they've chosen. What a twist. Let's just ink this, Play the Poison Apple here? I think so. Just gonna say go. We could be Shield of Virtuing instead of playing the Poisoned Apple, but I think we'll be able to use this to line up a Scar down the road here. They did have the Aladdin 5. Weird. Why did they run that instead of the Maui? Okay. Lady Tremaine. We are kill. We have something in the bin, right? Yeah, we have Pawpsicle. I mean, we could just slam Tamatoa. And make them do something about it. We'd have to get rid of like a Be Prepared or ink the Quill. Nah, we'll just do this. And then we'll ink the other one. I'm going to hold on to the Quill just because if we get the Maurices, then that'll be valuable. It's a little annoying, but now we just get to play our Tamatoa. Let's do this. Get the Pawpsicle. I think we just don't ink. I'm just gonna like play most of these. Another Lady Tremaine would be a little annoying. Elsa's fine. Especially because we can kill both of these. with the Lady Tremaine. Because we can just untap this. Battle here. Need to ink one thing. We'll ink the Quill then. Seems fine. This has 4 health left, so if we do this, it goes to having 6. It still dies to Maui. So let's just pass. They Maui me, they Maui me. Be prepared's fine. That's why we kept the bell. Dump this, I go. I'm gonna hold the shield in my hand, as long as we reasonably can. Since we have the Maurices in the deck, that would be an ideal target for it, so... Another bell. I think we could just keep the one in play for now. Let's just do this and say go. Since we have the Maurice's workshops, we want this to be able to draw cards when it comes down. Keep the engine going, and we don't really need this in play right this moment anyway. Pretty sure that I can use this Poisoned Apple to just, like, scar their whole board if I want. Not entirely sure that I care, though. Does this speed up the clock? If I quest with it and untap it, does it speed up the clock even more? Put us to 14. That would be lethal. We could also just, like, quest with it and then scar. Yeah, you should be able to do just exclamation deck, and it'll send you over to the Dreamborn link for it. Prepared, sure. Not entirely unexpected. Play another bell. We don't necessarily have to ink this Maui, but we can do this and say go. We're almost never going to cast it this game. At this point, it's on them not to die, more so than us to stop them. I assume that the audio is working okay. If my commentary is not coming through, let me know. They've drawn 1,000 cards. That's pretty good. Okay, sweet. Do we run this out to make ourselves not vulnerable to a single kill spell? We draw them extra cards, which is a bit annoying. I don't think I bother. They're at the point in the game where they literally just have to kill every single thing that we do every turn forever, so... we'll just kind of leave it on them to do stuff. Sure. They're playing control, yeah. You can kill both of these, they can draw some cards. Bouncing Lady Tremaine is a little annoying. You can kill all of them if we use the Poison Apple. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't hate that. We'll just trade Scar with their whole board. It is both. Like, we are a control deck that is also a ramp deck. As we are ramping into the control cards. It has the quills, it has the... yeah, it can Pawpsicle to heal, but this is 4 health, so I think I'd rather just trade it off. Because it makes their Tremaine a little awkward in their hand as well. Like, they have to commit to the board now, and we don't. So then it makes the Tremaine not as useful. Eventually, we are going to be able to draw a lot more cards when we find some of the things that say draw card on them. And then we can play more than one thing in a turn. Sure. The spellbook's a bit annoying here. That's probably good enough to play here. Unfortunate. That'll make their Lady Tremaine good here. You can follow it up with the Maleficent though, so it's fine. Put them to 9. I'm not sure that their deck is aggressive enough for the spellbook, but maybe they have the goat and such in there anyway. And there's some games where they do that. I guess if you're in the Dirtle Mirrors, it's fine. We can Scar, kill this, leave the Tremaine. I'd rather just do this. So they go. So they've used 2 Lady Tremaines, 2 Be Prepareds, 3 Lady Tremaines. Wow, their deck is flush with it. That is a bit annoying. Finally. Oh my god, we have some card draw on the deck. Amazing. Do that, do that. Say go. They're thinking about Elsa-ing us, I think. Oh, they're gonna be prepared. Hey, Michelangelo, how are you? But that's fine. That's not entirely unexpected, and we can now start drawing a little bit more cards per turn. Oh, that's really good. Do we take a turn off to just draw a bunch of cards? Since we know that they have the Tremaine in hand. Because we have the Quill, I think so. Oh, that's good too. That's also good. We can ink this now. I don't think we need the Scar. I'm fine just drawing 2 off of this Pawpsicle. Because the Nyx still presents lethal here. And we can now follow it up with the Maleficent, and the Workshop can draw us plenty of cards. Another Be Prepared, sure. That's fine. I'm not particularly fussed if they're Be Prepareding us when our threat wasn't really that high. Get rid of Yzma. Let's play this first. Draw a couple cards. We can ink this Be Prepared. Tamatoa. Get back the Pawpsicle. Play the Queen of Hearts. Say go. We can basically draw almost down to nothing because they've used all of their Be Prepareds, so we can kind of just flood the board now. It's not really anything that they can do about it. Spellbook's pretty good, though. Play this, kill this. Unfortunately for them, they don't quite have enough answers for what we're doing. Ink this. Just play the Pawpsicle and draw a bunch of cards. Honestly, I think we've drawn enough cards. I would like to close the game. We've got him here. I like what they're doing. It's kind of cute with the Mims and the Dirtling. Like the Mims and the flickering and bringing them back to Tremaines over and over. The game has been sort of soft okayed by Ravensburger because they don't have an online client of their own. They said it's essentially fine until it's not, right? Eventually it'll get taken down once they have a competing product. So I would guess at least not this set. Maybe once they get closer to their like set 3 when they're going more when they're getting closer to actually like releasing their own client, if they do. I don't really need a second one of these. Let's do this, I think. I decided to keep the Maleficent for ink in case we needed it, which usually we will. Pawpsicle pass. I'm really not a big fan of this curve, but yeah, it's not a very large game, and if you're interested in playing the like Lorcana at all, it's quite good as a reasonable way to try it out, basically. Let's do this. The Pascal's kind of whatever. If they get a bunch of ink with it, like, it's annoying, but that's manageable. I believe that they're going to try and aggro us to death this time now that they know what we're playing, which is smart. I probably would do that as well. A little awkward on our draw. I would have liked to have played the Flaversham this turn. I don't really want to ink him, so that's pretty rough. We'll just do this and pass. It's fine. I probably should have mulliganed the workshop in retrospect. I was keeping it assuming that we were going to need to play it on 3, but since we hit the 1 jump ahead, we didn't really need it. Alright, run this out. Break this. I think with the board that we have, I think we ink this, play the Pawpsicle, and say go. Because we are going to need to deal with this. Scar will do a pretty good job of cleaning it up at some point here. but we're going to need to use this to draw some cards for a bit. And then eventually we'll use the workshops to clean up the rest of it. Yeah, let's just do this now. So there's a Nick and another Pawpsicle, which we don't really need currently. I don't think we actually need the Nick at all. I think what we need to do is start getting some more of this done. Let's get rid of the Nick. I don't actually need the draw card off the Fishbone Quill. I'm fine without it. Let's play a workshop. Get rid of the one jump ahead and pass. We can be a little bit conservative here because of the board that they have. At least as far as our resources here. Because ideally what we're going to do is we're going to be prepared. Like, I don't care if they Maui and kill our thing. Don't really need more card draw for the Flaversham here. We're just going to wipe their board and put this back into a control setting. We could scar their board. No, because Scar can't deal with the Mim plus everything else. So let's just board wipe it. Like so. We'll kill 4 cards, and then we'll ink the Queen of Hearts. And just say go. Like, we want these. The Scar in case we need it, but their draw appears to be a bit better than last time, at least as far as purple aggro is concerned. Which is fine. They opted to bounce again. Okay. I think this is the turn that we draw a bunch of cards. Draw, draw, draw. Let's get rid of a Scar. Maybe a Quill as well. And say go. The way that I think we need to win it from here is to just overwhelm what they've got going on. Basically, all they've done is try to keep up with our card draw. But they can't really keep up with our ink, so we can, for example, play Maleficent here, pop the Yzma. We can Fishbone one of these Scars because we don't need them, and we can play this to protect from Lady Tremaine. And if they want to board wipe us for their whole turn, that's fine. Then we can Maurice's Workshop and draw 3 more cards. Sure. They have a lot of cards, but it's going to be a struggle for them to get them all into play before we kill them, I think. In theory. Let's play this. Draw 2 cards. I don't think we're going to need this Maui. Could opt to play Tamatoa here. Feel like just drawing 3 cards is better. I think we have enough cards with the Flaversham now. Just attack with that and say go. Ideally, we're going to be able to use Scar plus the Lady Tremaine, or Scar plus Maleficent to wipe their board again. Keep our board intact. Which we'll be able to do, I believe, pretty easily. Especially if all they're doing is playing another Merlin here. You could actually do it with the Poisoned Apple then. Yeah, we can still do it, I think. So this is 9, 16... Guess we don't quite have enough. We could do it with the Tremaine, I think. Tremaine plus Scar. If we attack Scar, kills this. Yeah, let's do Scar first. Killing that. We Lady Tremaine. Unsurprisingly, they kill that. Pawpsicle here. What do we want to ink? I guess the shield is fine. Ink the rat. The shield will draw us 4 cards the same. So we do that, then we poison to apple this thing. Hit this. Untap, hit this. Untap, bash, bash, say go. Wouldn't shock me if they be prepared here. And friends on the other side because they don't really need the card draw. They play out just a Maleficent, that's fine. In this case, do we want to just kill the Maleficent with our own and then play Nick? We just want a Tamatoa. Get a Pawpsicle. Play Nick. Get a Pawpsicle. Say go. Else is fine. Probably use the shield, untap, likely the Nick or the Tamatoa just to kill that. Blast this one. If they decide to just, like, save their Elsa, I don't think I care that much about that at all. We'll see. They do nothing. Hey. Okay, so this is 9, 13. Trying to figure out how many cards I want to draw off of it. I don't think we are the Be Prepared anymore. Maybe. How many cards we've left? 26. Yeah, we can find another one. Let's do this. Blast that. Play this. Draw 2 cards. We'll just untap Nick. Bash it. Keep the damage off the Tamatoa so they can't just, like, kill it weirdly. Let him board wipe. Then we'll jam our other Tamatoa here. I I wish they weren't at 12. 12's a bit unfortunate, but we haven't drawn... I don't think we've drawn any of our Judies, unless we inked one earlier. I suppose is possible. Do this. I can probably just play one and draw a couple cards. We might use the Maui, we'll see. I don't really need that much more ink. Maleficent, sure. Maleficent, bounce it back to your hand, I see. Cute. Kinda cute. We allowed them to get a bit too much ink, more than I would have liked. Let's do this. How many Pawpsicles left in here? No, we used them all. Let's do this. I feel like we're not going to need another Maui. So let's untap this, play a bell, say go. They have drawn a lot better order on their cards this game. I was expecting a Be Prepared there. The Maleficent doesn't really bother me that much. Especially since we can trade the Poisoned Apple for that Maleficent if we want, if they don't bounce it to their hand. For the Maui. If they bounce it again, that's fine. So just eat that. This is the reason that I untapped the Nick, by the way, is the Mim with Rush. They inked the Maleficent Dragon. I mean, that is a line that you can do, I suppose. Let's draw some cards. Let's bash this. Quest. Let's ink this thing. We certainly won't be playing that. And I think just Lady Tremaine. Could draw some more cards, actually. Take a turn to draw 10 cards. Probably won't need to draw much more this game. I'm assuming that they're trying to get us low enough that they can like drop 2 spellbooks and just kill us, or enough goats and spellbooks to just kill us, which is entirely possible this game. Like, they've played aggressively enough that they have a decent lore count, that some of that instant speed lore can get us. Because the goat is good for 2, unless we have lethal on board. The spellbooks, we have answers to the spellbooks, but they can play a spellbook and activate it right away. Get them to 5 or 15. inked a second Maleficent Dragon. Like, all of the work bouncing the dragons, just to ink them feels pretty bad. They have opted to do nothing. They are down to 1, be prepared. How many Tamatoas do we have left? 1. So there's 1 in the ink. Interesting. Okay. So let's play Belle. Play Queen of Hearts. And we'll play 1 Hops. We can actually draw a card with it as well. Do we want to play the Rat? No, we don't really need to. I think we can just say go here. Sure, Elsa taps 2 things. It's fine. Given what we have in our hand, I think we're going to have to board wipe. It's fine. Board wipe, Belle, Rat. Rat without the draw. Nah, we can rat with the draw. So we can play this and say go. Now we're not going to draw any more cards. I mean, the game's over one way or another in 5 turns, so not terribly worried about it. Queen of Hearts being good fodder for Lady Tremaine. Sure. Let's do this. How many Tremaines was that? 2. They might get us here. I don't remember if we inked another Tamatoa or not. Depends on what's left in their hand. There's a spellbook. Spellbook Pascal. Mim bouncing the Pascal, sure. Play the Pascal again. Quest. Play Dragon. We can play Dragon and Poison Apple, and we can kill the Pascal. Let's do this. Apple. Cancel. Apple to Pascal. Untap the Judy Hops. Battle the Pascal. Say go. See what's in their hand. If it's be prepared, like we're not in a great spot. Okay, that's rough. We need to draw 1 card, and it has to be our Tamatoa. Okay, is that a removal spell? this a removal spell? Ooh, is this a removal spell? That was a tight fucking game. What a game. What a game. That's a good game. It's a very good game. That was fun. I like what their deck is doing. I like the Lady Tremaines and the they have a lot of like come into play targeted removal that they're reoccurring by bouncing it. That's sweet. But, you know, you got to use all the resources you got, and sometimes you have to make them have it. They had all the be prepareds, and they drew a lot of their cards. This hand is pretty bad. Let's do this, because we can always ink Judy. Or use her to, like, draw a card with the Pawpsicle or whatever. This matchup again. Okay, sure. I'm here for fun games, of course. Obviously, I would like easier matchups if possible. Why didn't I play the Pawpsicle turn 1? Because it doesn't really matter that much. Do I keep the Tamatoa? I think I need to. I'm not sure if I need to Quill or if I need to just Judy to get some pressure on so that we can get a little bit more ink earlier. Oh, they're playing something else. What a fucking twist. What a fucking twist. I guess they did just lose twice in a row to this deck. So that's fair. Given that they're the Cindy deck, maybe I don't care that much about just putting Judy on the board. And we just play this. Get our ramp on. Just don't think we need to bell this game at all. Because if there's Steel Song or whatever, then we absolutely want to... we want to get our ramp. Though we got rid of 2 bells, which if there's Steel Song, those are pretty good cards in that matchup. It doesn't end up mattering that much, so... Didn't attack with Cindy. I guess we are on 5. Draw a card. I think we get rid of one of these. And 1 be prepared. Like, eventually we have other draw engines. Like, we don't need to worry that much about some of these, but we want to make sure that we have lots of ink. If they are on wheels, then we want to ink basically twice a turn with the Quill, because it makes their wheels pretty bad. And if they're not, then... is this the mill deck? This might be the mill deck. We're supposed to be just questing. Let's just do that. Just quest. But we can keep this in this matchup, I think. If they want to shift and just kill Judy, that's fine. This might be the mill deck, which means that they still have wheels. Sure, there's a Cindy. Board wipe feels pretty good here. Especially because we have the workshop now. Could take a turn off. Workshop and then shield, but I think this is a sufficient number of things to board wipe. So you have 3 cards in their hand. And then we could ink the Maui. I think that's fine. We don't actually have to ink it this turn, we can wait. Because we have the Quill and go to 9 if we need. It'll be a little awkward if they wheel, but that is a 3-for-1 with the Be Prepared. I guess we lose our Nick, but Nick drew a card, so. Lady Tremaine getting Ransack. Sure. I think this is the time when we try to draw a little bit. Let's do this, put this into play. Draw 1 card. Now we can ink a Maui and say go. We have to be a little conservative with how many cards we're drawing if they are playing the mill deck. Because the mill deck does end up wheeling a lot. We don't want to self-mill ourselves out before we can overwhelm what they're doing. But we'll draw cards when we need to, you know. Let's just get rid of this. Do that. Obviously, we'll need to clean up the Cindy at some point, but I don't believe that Ransack is a song, so I don't believe that it actually triggers the Cindy Stouthearted here. They looking to blow up one of my items with Beast. Why does she have that border? So she has resist 2, and then this border symbolizes that they have resist. Oh, the Benja, sure. Tiny beast. But yeah, it's because of the resist. We need to draw a couple of cards here. Play this Pawpsicle. It's a good draw. They would have to sack the Benja. Which is fine, I guess. Make them sack Benja. We can quest, I think, here as well. Just say go. We're gonna Maleficent the Cindy if they don't wheel us here. Sure, that's fine. Then you can eat the Flaversham. Not a big deal. Okay, Maleficent. Pop this. Tinkerbell's a little annoying because it can kill 2 things here, but 2, 4, 6 probably makes up for the difference. Do 2, 4, 6. We'll play another Pawpsicle here. Say go. Because even if this kills 2 things, it'd be like this. We still go to 19. which I think is fine. This is the problem with the mill deck, I think, in my opinion, is they don't have enough mill cards. Like, they just have the one wheel. So they only have 4 cards for their, like, primary combo card. They have a lot of things like this and things that draw and discard to loot and dig for them. But they don't have enough of those finishers, I don't think, for it to make a lot of sense. But I think it's cute to try for sure. I think we do this, play Maui, bash here. Play another rat. This is a princess, right? It's a villain. Could kill the Cindy. I don't think I care enough. We're not playing this either, so let's just ink it anyway. Say go. Okay, they found Whole New World. They can deal 2 damage to everything. I don't think they're going to have enough to be able to clean up the Haversham. The Flavorsham. Yeah, if they don't see the wheel, it's pretty rough. If they see a bunch of wheels, like, it's pretty cool. The deck definitely, like, we can very easily get milled out by them if they see a handful of wheels throughout the games. But if they don't, it's kind of mid, you know? It is a very functional deck. Like, it is a real-ass deck. They bounce that. They play another Cindy. So then they're dead. Yep. Sweet. So that gets us to Grandmaster. That was pretty clean for our first 4 games. Nice. Yeah, not too bad. Like, let me close this real quick. Just to update the stats on the deck to see where we're at. How do we see the stats? Just this, right? How do we see the stats for the deck? You have to go to collection in the deck? I don't remember. Oh no, I do remember. It's this. Okay. So I've made some changes with the deck. But overall, here's my... the game is on... you can get it here. There's a launcher that will download it and the pictures together for you, which is a little bit nicer. So I've made a few changes to the deck since I started. I've only played this deck for the ladder reset. So this was 18 games to get the 1,000 points or whatever. And the matchup that I struggled the most with was actually purple. Earlier, I think improved the deck or that matchup a little bit because I added the queens as a 2-drop, and then I changed the Mickeys for 1 jump ahead. So that I can have a little bit smoother curve. But I haven't made a ton of changes, but I have made a few like little ones to improve that matchup. The Queen of Hearts being very important to deal with like a 1-drop or whatever. So, but we've done a little bit better against Red Purple. We saw a couple of those games. All of the any steel deck is pretty much a buy. I don't know. I haven't struggled with steel decks at all. Yeah, and then the Lady T over Hades also was a good change because of the way that our curve works. I think Hades is fine. There might be worlds where the Hades is better, but I've been impressed with her as well, for sure. Especially against things with ward. Obviously, right now, I think it's broken. They can't target their ward character. But in general, I've found that the 6 cost is a little bit better. Like, you can sneak the 6 cost in, as we saw a few times, where the Maleficent at 9 was a little too expensive. Scar being 7 was a little too expensive, so Scar would have been. But, obviously, if I'm ramping... Here's the reason that I'm not running, Let It Go and Hades in this deck. So I played a shit ton of, Amber Sapphire last season. And one of the things that I hated the most was ramping 2 or 3 times, and then my only removal also ramped my opponent. Because then it felt like, kind of, what was the point of me doing all this work to ramp if my opponent just gets to take advantage of it anyway? The Queen of Hearts are kind of bad. Let's get rid of these 3. Yeah, that's fine. I think Scar is incredible. In this deck specifically, I think he's even better. The Pawpsicles, in combination with Scar, can very easily be just like an Omega Maui against aggro decks, which is exactly what you want it to be. It's just like this crazy good threat to be able to just clean up the board and sometimes still just be alive. If I could run 6 or 7 Be Prepareds, then I might not really need Scar, right? But since you can't run, this huge grip of Be Prepareds, sometimes you just have to deal. I just don't think we need any of these Maleficents at all. Now I'm debating if I want to Queen of Hearts this, or if I just want to Quill, kind of ignore what they're doing. Kind of just want to Quill and ignore what they're doing. This might come down next turn. We might Rat plus Queen and kill the Mother Gothel. One of the weird parts about this deck that can be really scary from, I guess, both sides is there's not a lot of ways for our deck to get damage on their things and not just kill them outright. So their Rapunzel is incredibly dependent on this Mother Gothel being untapped. So, they opted, because they probably have the draw 3, which will be unfortunate for us, but not much that we can do about it. Sometimes they've got it, and we just have to deal. This is our way of closing out the game. I think we get rid of this. We can, in theory, use the Nick to Pawpsicle with the Flaversham we already have in play instead of the second one. I think we'll get rid of that and then say go. That way we don't really have to commit another one. And then we can use the Tamatoa in a couple of turns, because we're likely going to need to be prepared here, because they're probably going to Rapunzel, heal this, and then we're going to have to board wipe. Yeah. It is unsurprising that they didn't attack with this, but to keep it safe, that's kind of what you have to do in this deck. And if I had a Pawpsicle in play, that would have been a really good draw. So you just bang, bang, bang with the Scar. But we can do that later too. Given that, I think I'm debating if I want to just draw 2 cards with this Quill or not. And if we want to worry about this workshop at all. Because our opponent has a lot of cards that we're going to have to deal with. Okay, I think we're going to get rid of this for sure. Like, I'd like to keep this for draw, potentially. Yeah, I think I can just do... I think I can do this. I should have used the Quill to do that so I could have inked something else if I wanted. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. We're already up 3, but if I had done that, I could have, like, inked the bell. We might need the bell just to close. Yeah, Mufasa's fine. Given that we drew the Mufasa, I think we play the bell into the Inkwell, and then just play Tamatoa here. So we can get back the Pawpsicle and say go. Like, obviously we don't have any items, but... if this is tapped, we can Scar and kill it. Kill it twice. Depending upon what comes off of here, I'm debating if I want to get an item back or just bash this with the Tamatoa. Because we could just bash it and then leave them just with the Stitch. See what it gets, and then we can Scar that as well. Can the LaFoe untap itself? I wonder if they're going to try and draw a card with it. That's fine. They don't get to draw the card. Do we want to play down the Scar then? To, like, take this out? We could just untap this and take it out. I think we're going to do this. We'll play the Scar. Bash here. Untap, and then we'll play the Pawpsicle. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what this enables us to do is we can actually still be prepared this and clean it all up if we want, because they have 2 cards left. Depending upon how they approach this, we can, like, get an item back with the Tamatoa and then sing Scar with the Be Prepared. Get back the Quill. Could heal this and just bash it, but then they have 4 in play, which is kind of annoying. I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards this turn, I think. Let's play this, let's play this. Draw some cards. Play this. Draw a card. I don't think that we need the Quill. Maybe we just want to Pawpsicle something so that we can get the Pawpsicle back. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. We don't need this many bells. Let's do this. Shield. Draw a card. We'll quest the Tamatoa. Get back the Quill. And then we'll sing this. And then we'll be able to just, like, double bell Nick to clean up the rest of this. I believe that the double bell should be able to close it out pretty quickly. Sure, a raw Scar. Let's Play 2 of these. We don't have any Pawpsicles in the bin. Don't really need to ink anything this aggressively. Could play the 1 jump ahead, though. Okay, maybe we'll do this. We'll get rid of the quill. And we'll just 1 jump ahead. Obviously, we could have inked more because we have the bells, but... I mean, they might have Be Prepared here. I don't really know what's in their deck. I would assume that they don't have a lot of spells, given that they're playing Mufasa. This will be 2... Might have played that after, but I don't think it matters. I conceded. Okay, fair enough. How am I gonna track this? We, like, don't get any points unless we win, like, 3 times in a row or something. It's weird that we don't, because we're, like, on a 6-0 heater. I'm surprised that we didn't get any points. Kind of a weird setup. One. I don't know. I don't know how the points work now in Grandmaster. We just rumble. I suppose that's how it works. We were in a position there where we can just, like, double bell and untap them, and they're not going to be able to clean up the board before the bells just get to kill them there. Like, there was a secondary world where we just, like, ignore what they're doing. We scar and kill their, thing after our Tamatoa quests, and then we just, like, play 4 more items and Tamatoa them to death. But I didn't want them to get that close on lore, because we could always recover by drawing new cards. But I don't think that they can in that deck. Yeah, I don't know what the new system really does. From what I understand, it's not even working correctly right now, but it just doesn't really matter. Even if you get the points right now, you don't see them. Like, they don't update on the board. We don't need Scar. We don't need this many bells. We can keep Tamatoa for ink if we want. Don't really need to, though. It's a good draw, especially for going second. This is the evasive deck. It's an awkward card for us. We probably don't need 2 of these. We definitely don't need Bell. This is awkward because it doesn't really favorably trade into this. We could always just slam it for 2. Depends on what their second color is, I guess. Another Flynn. Yeah, Pawpsicle's great. It's so good. Oh, we could slam it into the Enchantress. Link comes up empty. I fucked the... Hang on. No, that's the deck. Unless it's messed up here. It seemed to work for me. Both of them seem to work for me. Oh, the website's down? Okay. Nothing I can do about that. Let's do this. We can probably take out the Enchantress with this if we want. Because we can Quill, like, stymie the aggro for a minute. Yeah, so let's Quill. We can ink a Quill. Ink a Maui. And then do this. Just say go. Like, obviously there's a world where we could Scar it next turn, but I'd rather kind of just not bother. Like, only let them get to 5. Interesting. The goat. The goat is really annoying for us. I hate this goat. This goat is probably the best purple card. Against this deck, anyway. I weirdly want to keep this. Do I want to keep it? Maybe I don't care. I don't think I care. Can find something else. We also have the Scar and the Be Prepared, so we're not going to lose in like 2 turns. I think we'll be okay. The reason that I hate the reason I hate the goat is that it just like dumps us directly. Yeah, you could always do that too if the link for some reason isn't working. It works for me probably because I already have it loaded. Oh, that's fucking obnoxious. Guess we clean up the board. Get him to 10. At least they didn't bounce it, so I suppose that's fine then. Let's just do... Good thing I played the Tremaine, because it couldn't interact with this anyway. Well, it has 7 or more. It's fine. Let's do this. I do like this card. It's pretty good. The ward is obviously very annoying. I believe that the Tremaine is still bugged. Yeah, they haven't patched the thing. Basically, your opponent can't target it either. Like, for some reason, ward is coded in such a way that, like, you can't target your own thing. At least the Tremaine ability doesn't let them. Because it, like, considers it your effect on them. Similar to... I guess it's similar to... what's his name? Flynn? That's pretty sweet. The Vicious Betrayal. Just bounced it back to their hand. Okay. We'll likely have to be prepared when they play it down again, but that's fine. It's like the Flynn Rider that makes you discard. Or it's just super awkward. I think we'll do this. We'll just untap this, and then we can hold this whole hand. Like, we don't need to quill it right now. Like, all of these are good against them. We'll go to 15. Like, they might just burn us out here. If they just replay the villain, I'll just quest here and then be prepared. Luckily, they've already played 2 of their goats. Starts with 3. It needs to get to 7. So I guess they have to do Vicious Betrayal. It's kind of like a really ghetto burn spell. What do we want to get rid of? Maybe the Scar. Because then we can potentially Maleficent something and then actually get some pressure in again. Because I'm hoping that they play like 2 things and then we can blow it up again. Hopefully they don't play things that are totally trash. Yeah, that's fine. It's an interesting Pete Payne deck. Another Cusco. That is a lot of our Be Prepareds in a row. We very well are looking to lose this game, I think. Ugh, the goat. Losing our Poisoned Apple kind of sucks here, but do what you gotta do. We're pretty well fucked if they've got the Spellbook in their deck, too. Because I don't think we're going to be able to beat the Spellbook before they can just burn us out with it. Yeah, Pete probably kills us here, too. Well, we'll test the Tremaine bug. Sick. We actually have a shot if this kills it, instead of just not killing it. But yeah, there's an example of a spot where it would have been able to clean up the Pete or Cusco or whatever, and it just can't, because basically what happens is the ward, like, makes it so that your ability can't target it, and then they just do it anyway. Yeah, okay. They were at 17. I think Cusco probably kills us anyway. I don't think it matters. I suppose we should attack with this first, just to see. Scar. I mean, we could still find the other Be Prepared. In theory. Okay, I guess you got me. Yeah, the bug sucks. Weird. We got a little skull now, whatever that means. Or I guess 1 and 1. Yeah, it is unfortunate that it's bugged, though. Which makes playing the ward cards a lot better right now. That deck seemed interesting. I feel like it probably has some really weird draws that the, like the buffs don't really line up if you don't have the threats, but the Lady Tremaine makes that a little more difficult of a matchup as well. We don't need a second rat. We can ink the bell. Maybe send back these two. It's a good hand. Yeah, let's ink the bell. Play the shield, say go. Our intention is probably to Flaversham the shield on 3. Unless our opponent plays... Nah, we'll probably just dump the Queen of Hearts too. Like, we'll outscale the need for Queen of Hearts, I think. This is a much better card on the draw. Which is important, because historically decks like this are pretty shit on the draw. 2 skulls reset the streak. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll burn that bridge when we get there, I suppose. Grammar Taller. Sure. Inkatamatoa. Play this. Do that. Say go. We may end up casting this one jump ahead. We'll see. We probably want to use the workshops to draw a bunch of cards this game rather than eating it with the Flaversham, but we'll have to see. It's interesting. I'm almost willing to let this Grammatala get killed by these Maui's. Lantern? Okay. What I could do... Wish I had one more ink. Because I could do this plus this. I guess we still can and then just get him for 1. Maybe that's fine. Let's just do this and say go. We want the extra ink because now we have the second workshop, so they find a way to kill this. I don't really care if they just attack it with Grand Metal. It's like whatever. We're sort of past the point of that mattering. I would like to ideally keep a Maui and maybe a Be Prepared. Just in case they get a little ahead. Sure. Double Tamatoa. Not my favorite draws. We'll keep one if we can. Like, we'll ink the Maui for it instead. Do I want to protect this now? I don't know that I care. You can just eat the Cogsworth if they attack with it with the Maui instead of having to board wipe. It's kind of non-bow in our deck, or against our deck. It doesn't really matter. Lilo. Okay. Mufasa. They went pretty wide here. It's possible that we'd be prepared now. Sure. Sort of depends on what this Mufasa shits out on whether or not this is awkward for us or not. But I feel like this is enough cards that I'm just going to be prepared. Even though they can Mufasa and get something. Most of their hits are kind of mid. Ah! Yeah, that was a card that just happened. Now we can just get rid of the Maui. That's hilarious. I guess we get Dad Blasted here, sure. I don't know if, like, the double Maurice's Workshop deck cares that much about getting Dad Blasted. Like, obviously they hit some good cards, but if we draw a single item of which we have, like, 15 or 20 in the deck still, we just have a brand new hand. It's a little awkward. Do we use it to draw one card? Maybe. Draw two cards. Get rid of all of our workshops. Feels a little awkward, but... we'll keep the Nick. We'll just get some pressure on. We'll use the Nick and the Flowersham engine to draw a bunch of cards instead. That's acceptable. Sisu, huh? So this is look at 2, put 1 in your hand, if I remember correctly. Okay. Let it go on Bell, sure. Bell has been let it go. Oh, we don't have a fucking paw. Shit. That's awkward. Whatever. I thought I had a paw this game. I looked at this like 3 times. Oh well. Given that, I would have kept the other thing to draw 2 cards, the shield. Hopefully that doesn't cost us this game. It might, though. Not being able to draw 2 here, just playing a Nick Wild is not really an ideal run out. I think if we're not drawing 2 cards with this turn, it's pretty awkward. So we would have inked the Nick instead, kept the shield. We'll see how much we're punished. Play a 1-drop, play a 4/8. Play a Caterpillar, sure. Caterpillar Queen. Imagine getting punished, that would be crazy. Do we race them if we leave the Sisu? Well, let's do this first. That's pretty good, actually. So what we can do... We go to 15. We could leave the Caterpillar. Just, like, kill the Sisu with these two. Play the Maleficent on the Queen. Leave the Caterpillar. We have 7 in play. I mean, we could leave the Sisu. And then just quest, and then threaten lethal. I feel like threatening lethal is better. Because they don't have that much to work with. Resources or otherwise. So their deck with Mufasa has Let It Go, Dad Blast, and Lantern. That's 12 cards. Assuming that they have playsets of them. That's a lot of misses for Mufasa. I feel like we're favored here, but I could be wrong. Maybe they have an answer for Maleficent. Mickey Detective. Sure. Lantern. Nope. GG. Alright, we are two whatevers and a skull. Whatever the hell that means. I assume that you need to go 3-1 in order to gain any points. I'm just not sure if you can streak or whatever. We go second. The Be Prepared might be worth it, and we can always ink it. Let's get rid of 1 Shield of Virtue here. We'll have to see what they're playing now. We've been battling them all day. If they're back on their purple deck, it's not the best for us. I don't think we need double Quill. Double Quill seems to be unnecessary here. Ooh, that's a very good draw. Looks like they're back on their control deck, probably. Yep. Can appreciate that. Get rid of another Quill. 1 jump ahead. Say go. I've liked this deck quite a bit. As configured with the 1 jump aheads. Maleficent, yep. In this case, we are doing... Probably not Belle. Pawpsicle... We probably want Nick to draw us a card, maybe. So let's get rid of Belle. Play this. Get rid of Maui, maybe? Get rid of a Be Prepared. We don't really need this many Be Prepareds. Because we can always be prepared next turn. If they flood the board a little bit more, we can just Maui and clean up some of it. Maui smash the Maleficent or whatever. Is this enough for us to want to be prepared it? Is this enough for us to want to be prepared it with an extra... with an extra target now? I think it's probably just still Maui. Maui Bash. We could Pawpsicle it too. Get it back with our Nick. Are we dumping this shield? I don't think so. I would really like to ink something. I'm gonna ink a Be Prepared and say go. Wish we had more cards in hand. Like the Maleficent, the Friends on the Other Side, the Merlin. Like this package is very, very strong at drawing cards. I think this will be the next deck. There's like 2 other decks that I'm kind of thinking about outside of this one. One of them being... That's annoying. Sure. One of them being like this sort of a Dirtle pile deck, and then the other one being something that leverages Pabby to sort of close out games. There's potentially something there for sure. Alright, we have to bash. Could untap it. I don't care if he mims and kills the Maui, I think. Just gonna play the Nick. Back to Pawpsicle, play the Pawpsicle. Draws into Scar. Okay. I think we're gonna get rid of Scar here. It's possible that Scar is better than Be Prepared in this spot, but they're likely not gonna have that much stuff tapped, so it feels like the Maleficent is more useful. It's hard to say. Like just draw more cards. Okay. Draw 10,000 cards. It's a good draw. I don't really want them to bounce either of these. I think it is do this, Be Prepared. And then we say go, and then now our next turn is probably going to be doing this. Our opponent's draw looks to be quite good against us this game. Tamatoa doesn't quite do what we need this turn. Maybe I should have kept the Pawpsicle in my hand last turn. I guess we didn't have the workshop. Our opponent is looking to burn us out pretty fast here. Which is not great. Like if they Tremaine us or they just blast us, I think we're pretty dead. There's a lot of Be Prepareds that we got rid of earlier. Yep. He had a good draw. Well played. Like this stuff plus the Merlins, it's so much draw card. It's really hard for us to keep up with it. Through the early couple of turns, at least. which is sort of where it's the scariest. There's a world where we just jam double bell and try to race. Or Tamatoa. If we could bend this again, bend the Maleficent because it doesn't really catch us up fast enough. Alright, let's do this. Like, we Tamatoa, we double bell next turn and hope that we can close fast enough. But if they have more targeted removal or Lady Tremaines, which is pretty likely, then we're in a rough spot. If they do this, plus even just double spellbooking, yeah, we like have to kill something too. They get to bounce their Maleficent, sure. And then they play another rabbit. So that puts them at 4 if they quest with all of these, plus the double spellbook is lethal. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can gain enough in a single turn but also not die. And I don't really feel like there is a way to do all of that. Because we have to, like, kill one of these. Or we're just dead this turn. So that's 3. I guess we can ink the Flaversham. So let's do this. A Quill and a Queen of Hearts. Well, the Queen of Hearts doesn't help us. Yeah, the spellbook is very nice. It's just a creature that you can't interact with very easily. Okay, so we get rid of this. I don't think getting an item back really matters a ton. You have to do this, this. Bash one of these. Play a bell. Ink. Play a bell. Okay. I think we're dead anyway, because they have an answer for Tamatoa. Or if they have a goat, we die too. My assumption is that they have a goat, and that we are just dead here. Be prepared is bad too. Okay, you got us. We got spellbooked, so this means that we're just dead, or what? Yeah, it resets the thing. Okay. Good beats. So this is 6 and 3 then. Couple of rough games. Yeah, I do think that that purple, the purple shell, even potentially with red or with something else, it definitely has legs, for sure. It's one of the decks that I've probably lost the most with overall on this one. And then sometimes the aggro decks just like have a really good draw and they outdo what you're looking to do. Which that'll happen from time to time. That's why the aggro decks exist. Is to sometimes just like barf out their hand and win. It's interesting that we, is it like 10 points if you go 3-1? Let's get rid of these. Get rid of the workshop. You can keep this to ink, and this to ink in theory. Good thing we did, too. Hand is rough. Mim Dragon, huh? So we are against an aggro deck with a pretty slow draw. We can hopefully Queen of Hearts and maybe keep up a little bit. Oh, that's the Queen. Interesting. I wonder if we should save this for the Pinocchio. I suppose so. Pinocchio this, and then be sad because we don't really have a turn 3 play. Oof, okay. Okay. I mean, they have vomited out their entire hand. Oh man, Quill. So what is our follow-up play next turn if we do this turn? I think I have to do this. How they do this and then get the 4. It is very possible that we're supposed to just Quill and then Maui. Nah, that doesn't really... Because we can't quite get to enough to do this. Alright, they've barfed out their entire hand. So if we can clean this up... Nick Wild. Could just blow up the magic mirror here. I don't love that. I'd rather they just, like, time lock themselves a full turn, but our alternative option is just Flaversham Raw, which doesn't really do anything. It's not any better or worse than Judy Hopps at attacking the board. Daisy Duck making us discard, sure. Okay, we'll get to take out some of their stuff at least. Fight Pinocchio. Fight Chip. Say go. Daisy Duck is really strong. If they attack with both of these and play a single thing, we can clean it up and then Tremaine. And the Quill just doesn't do anything here. We're looking very dead. What? It's weird. I mean, I guess it's fine. So we're just like never going to be able to deal with this Pascal. I guess they get to protect their Daisy Duck this way. Okay. Do this, battle this. We're struggling a little bit with an awkward draw this game, but it happens. It's the first, I think this might be the worst draw I've had with this deck, so Sometimes it'll happen. Feels like we're pretty dead to this Enchantress. Yep, you got me. I don't like this method, because now we have to rattle 3 in a row. Crab deck, yep. We're playing Pawpsicle control, but we've got to draw some Pawpsicles for that to work. Maybe I should have mulliganed a little bit more, actually. I've been a little conservative on my mulligans, because we don't want, like, non-functional draws, but that draw felt pretty non-functional anyway, which is a little awkward. It's weird, because you almost want to just snap concede right away in this spot exactly, because we don't lose anything. We'll battle. We're here to battle. The grinding of points is not like... These, we got the Flaversham line. We get rid of this, we can ink a Nick if we don't draw a Pawpsicle. Got the Pawpsicle, we can maybe keep the Nick. We're on the play, so this doesn't matter as much, but we can get rid of the Bell instead. Bell is like there for ink a lot. Ooh, that's very good. That's a good draw. Pawpsicle's bad in ramp decks, huh? I mean, people are entitled to their thoughts about stuff, even if they're not great. They are entitled to them. It's really interesting because we can Queen of Hearts the Captain Hook. We'll get rid of this then. Because there might be a world where we want to just Queen of Hearts the Captain Hook if it's tapped, because it's just so free. We'll see. I don't really know 100% what they're playing yet. This is Steel. We just want to do some ramp, draw some cards. Looks like it. Let's attack with this. Maybe we kill it, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't care. Ooh, this makes me actually want to kill it, then. Let's get rid of this B prep. How does that feel? Kind of mid. The alternative is that we get rid of Shield of Virtue, which I also don't like. Let's get rid of Nick. Play the Quill. Get rid of the B prep. Play this. Kill the Captain Hook for free. Say go. I kind of like this better because we have the Flaversham to draw cards. I want a better name for this guy. Ratfuck doesn't really work as a real name. It's cute, but it's not real. Flavortown, perhaps? Wow. What? Okay. I'm in for that. That seems great. Mickey Detective. Absolutely. Play the rat. Rat draws into Tamatoa. What if we get rid of this other Be Prepared as well? No, Rat, stand there. Do this. Just, like, be very ahead of our opponents. I assume that they have wheels in their deck, given their blue steel. If that's the case, I'm super not worried. Sisu. Interesting. Pawpsicle. Yes. Pawpsicle and Nick Wild. So I had a line where I was gonna like jam this Tamatoa this turn, but I feel like I've got a new line. And it is to just play a bunch of cards instead. Play a bunch of cards, draw a bunch of cards, ink some cards, say go. I'm not really that worried about Sisu, honestly. I think it's okay. Two Sisus. That is maybe too many Sisus. Winnie the Pooh. Perhaps we board wipe after drawing some more cards. Change my mind. We'll just scar, and then that is half a board wipe. Okay with that. The Be Prepared probably would have been fine there as well, but this way, if they play enough stuff that we want to be prepared again, we can draw cards with the Flaversham on the shield, and then just Be Prep off a Scar. If I even care. Could just slam Scar here, Maleficent this, draw cards. Maybe okay with that. We'll just draw off a shield and we'll see where that leaves us. Shield another Tamatoa. Yeah, let's just do that then. This, blast this thing. We can Quill Scar here, play Shield. Draw an extra card, say go. I could have inked Nick, actually. We don't really need Nick to bring back stuff with double Tamatoa. What colors are they? Just gonna like start slamming Tamatoas here. Oh, just kidding. I lied. I lied. Yeah, I don't know how anybody could think Pawpsicle's bad. It's like very, very strong. Nick on its own is not necessarily the best card. Like, Nick Wild is better in our deck than most Pawpsicle decks because we have the Maurice's Workshop. But realistically, like, it's not... Like, if we get rid of Nick, it just doesn't... It's whatever, you know? Let's do this. We can always ink Bell. Nice. That's a good draw. Probably ink a Maui. Ink Maui, Pawpsicle, one jump ahead on 2, maybe inking Bell. I mean, if they haven't played with it, it's hard to feel it out, right? So you just don't always know what you don't know. So they're an aggro deck, so we definitely need to be aware of that. Bell means or that means that Bell is pretty useless here. One jump ahead, say go. We could always Pawpsicle the Maleficent, get it back with Nick just to put some board presence, which I don't hate next turn. Just to threaten dealing with some of what they're doing right now, since we don't have any other pressure to interact with it. Get rid of this. I'd rather put the Pawpsicle back in my hand to draw another card later. And then we can follow it up with a Maui to bash what they're doing. A pretty aggressive draw. But it's mostly that we don't want them to tap them multiple times, because that becomes a big problem. But them tapping them once is not the end of the world. Got rid of their draw too, which their hand must be very strong to ink Let It Go, or sorry, to ink Friends from the Other Side, or their hand is butts and is all like Pinocchios and Maleficents, which seems to be what it is. In this spot, I guess we're getting rid of a shield, which is fine. Let's bash a couple, say go. It really depends on if they can close out the game from 10 or not. Because next turn we're going to draw a handful of cards. Which should be good, I would think, for us. Okay, they're at 10. Like, they could bounce this to their hand and then replay it if they've got the 2-drop Mim. They've got the 3-drop one, sure. Likely they're going to try to kill Nick here and then maybe kill the Maui as well. But we're going to be able to Pawpsicle the Maui and then keep it alive. They're going to have to ink something to replay it, which they didn't have. Which is a little awkward for them. This. Let's just keep our Maui for later, in case we need it. How far away are we from this? Like 3? We can get rid of this. Say go. I'm trying to decide if we need to put one of these down this next turn. I don't think we do. Because they might just flood the board with enough stuff that we have to wipe. If they're like Pinocchio or something, I think I'd rather be prepared, like get rid of the shield and be prepared, instead of letting them get us for 6. Because we know that they have at least one Pinocchio, but presumably their hand is filled with a lot of uninkables if they were inking Friends on the Other Side. One Pinocchio. Pinoc, if you will. Alright, sure. We draw a Scar. Draw an extra card then. You don't have any quest ability. What? Get out of here. Given that they ripped a Pinocchio here, I feel like I'm debating between playing the other workshop or just playing Flaversham. I think I'm just going to play Flaversham. Draw cards a little bit faster. I think we can get rid of this then. And then we can go towards Bell to try and close the game at a reasonable pace. So we'll be able to get to 8 pretty quickly with the Quill. Next turn, likely do Bell and Quill, and then... Oh, that's fine. Sure. That'll also close the game pretty fast. Can bash here. We don't really have a clean answer for this. What if we just board wipe and ink Flaversham? Is it Flaversham? I don't think it's Bell. Maybe Quill, I guess. Yeah, maybe it's Quill. So we want to play Tamatoa next turn, I think. I don't know what's in their hand. I don't like where they're at lore-wise, but luckily Tamatoa and Bell can close out pretty quickly. I'd like to, hopefully from here, get them on like a 2 or 3 turn clock at the most. I wonder what they were thinking so hard on for Merlin here. Merlin Pascal, yep. So given that, I'd like to close this game sometime soon. Grab a Pawpsicle here. I think we're pretty flush on draw. We can do away with the extra draw for this, is fine. Just so we can get this to be a little bit more aggressive. As we're probably going to have to play Scar to kill what they're doing here. We'll see if the Pascal is targetable or not. You're gonna bounce the Tamatoa. Okay. If they decide to just attack with these two and they don't play another creature, the Scar will be very good for us. Interesting. So the Scar is gonna be bad then. Well, they might get us here. That's a good play. We need more pressure faster. Or we need to board wipe next turn. So maybe we do this so that we can get some faster inking. Let's ink Nick. Play this to draw 2 cards. Ink this as well. Not an awesome spot here. I really actually have liked the Pascals in this deck. I wonder how this fares against the steel decks. The purple bounce piles. Probably okay. Another genie, sure. That actually is maybe better for us, because it means that we can use this to aggressively try to find a Be Prepared. So we did find a Be Prepared. So we should use that. We play Bell. Get rid of this and probably the Nick. Do that, say go. $17 is not a good number for us. Yeah, Lady T would be a good draw. We have a lot of draws that would be pretty favorable for us right now that we have so much ink. As long as they're not playing the goat, we have a chance. That is not a good card for us to have a chance. We need to draw, like, a lot of cards. 4. Ink 2. Gotta dig a little deep here. 1. We can't play Lady Tremaine because they just sacked the Pinocchio. So that means we have to play the Maleficent. Guess we have to get rid of Belle. On the shield. I don't love that. But if we can delay for one more turn, we will maybe be fine. We have the line of like Scar and Lady Tremaine next turn as well. I'm scared of them gaining instant lore. That'll be our downfall here. Like if they play a goat, then we just don't have enough pressure currently. Maybe keeping the Bell over the Tamatoa was bad because the Bell is cheaper. Merlin is fine. Pinocchio is less fine. Let's see what we draw. It's a good draw. Let's start with this. Nick, Maui, Maleficent. Okay, Maleficent is good. We don't need this Maui. We need the Maleficent for sure. We can actually kill everything on their board. We're questing with this no matter what. We can do this, this, this. They draw like a bunch of cards, but there's not really much that we can do about that. We can put them at lethal, and then a single goat doesn't do it. Goat plus bounce does. But we're not beating that anyway. This means at least a single goat on its own doesn't kill us. Alright, your turn. Okay, Pascal doesn't matter. Mim doesn't matter. Alright, we're good. We just had to make them have it, right? It's like our only out there. Take care, Cade. Thanks for hanging out. I don't really need Scar here. We have the Pawpsicle 1 jump line, which is pretty good. We don't necessarily need Nick. I think we'll get rid of these two as well, and then we can always ink this. See if we can get a little bit lower curve. This is actually fine. 1 jump, Judy, Nick. It's not great, but it's fine. The Queen of Hearts has been pretty good, especially on the draw in some of these games. The fact that we don't have to run it out on 2 for it to be able to compete with what our opponent is doing is very important. Because if you're sort of always playing from behind, like having to run out your thing, then they just don't attack with it, and then your 2-drop just doesn't do anything. Whereas this way we can keep the Queen of Hearts in our hands until it's necessary, and then we can run it out, which I think is a little bit better. Yeah. Simba. Simba resolves. We don't need the hops in this matchup. If we want, we can Pawpsicle and then Nick and get it back. Looks like a Pabby deck, probably. Ooh, they sang 1 jump ahead, and they Mickey Moused. We're fucking dead. Got so much more ramp than me. Maybe we just double 1 jump. Kind of don't hate that. Yeah, you want a ramp? I got ramp. Play that game. Well, this card doesn't really do anything. Bell. I am a little scared of them playing Surfer Stitch, but there's not much that I can do about it, unfortunately. I draw an extra card with the Pawpsicle. Get Nick into play. Just don't think Bell is really what I need here. Oh, he's not bad. Oh, he's not bad at all. It's a little awkward because all it does is kill Simba, and if they play Surfer Stitch, like, it's unusable, but we'll see. Hadesies. Okay. We have been gotten with an extra ink. That's neat. Bop. 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 I actually think I heal it too, so we can get it back with Tamatoa next turn. I think we need this Maui at all then. Scar, very good against the creature decks. Is Scar good? If so, why? It is a mystery. Now what do? Do they attack with their Hades here? No, they can't. And then we can just play Tamatoa and get our Pawpsicle back and then replay it. Do we just bash with Scar? Do I care if they attack into it with both of these? No. I don't think I do. This Poison Apple Tremaine combo can also kill what they're doing pretty easily. They must have a Nick in their hand. Okay. Can appreciate that. Yep. Rapunzel. They cannot attack. Well, this is a fucking combo if I've ever seen one. This does not seem necessary here. I guess I don't play the Poisoned Apple, so that I can do this. I don't want them to, like, randomly rip, I don't want the Tamatoa to be tapped so that they can randomly rip, like, the other Rapunzel bash here and then just, like, heal a bunch. This way, all they can do is just suffer the scar forever. Now we can start using the Poisoned Apple and the Tamatoa to just, like, start killing their board. If we want, anyway. Kind of want to get this Quill down just so that we can get a little bit more ink more aggressively. Yeah, let's play this. I mean, we could just, like, get a ton of ramp this turn, leave them with the Flaversham untapped. Do we even need to draw cards with this? It's probably too good not to do, right? Because then we get to get something back with Tamatoa as well. We'll play this. We could just kill the Rapunzel if we wanted, or the Hades. I think our play is just to do this. It is still 61 currently, yeah. I don't know what to cut. It's probably a Nick, but, like, it feels bad. I guess I don't have to attack with Flaversham. Don't really need to draw that many cards. But it's so free. Fuck it. Cards are so good. I kind of don't care if they draw a bunch of cards now. So we have so many ourselves. I think Lady Tremaine is really doing it this game. I suppose we could have inked a Maleficent and still untapped the Tamatoa, but they basically have to kill the Tamatoa or they just lose, so that's fine. I don't know, maybe it's a bit of an overcommitment, but are they just gonna Pabby and one-shot me? That would be hilarious, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. They can just, like, get all of their guys with 1 damage on them. Play Pabby, heal 4 of them. But that's not even enough. I don't know. It's cute. Yep. 2, 4. It's just not enough. You have to kill the Tamatoa or you die, right? I do think that Pabby is cute. I'm just not sure if this is necessarily the shell for it. If they kill Scar and somehow also Flaversham, the Tamatoa still just one-shots them. So, not too worried. Which means we get our first 10 points, probably. They could sing Let It Go on Tamatoa or something. Oh, hell yeah. 10 fucking points! Woo! Easy game. And then our streak is broken for 10 points. Sick. 10. I don't think it actually even updates the points, like, where people are at. I don't think it's working right. Like, even if you quit and rejoin, I don't think it says how many points you actually have yet. I'm sure that they're keeping track of it in the actual thing, but it doesn't actually update currently. Bannable said it earlier, that it didn't seem to track your points. But our win rate for the deck is pretty good. The all-time is a little bit lower, obviously, because of some of our growing pains trying to figure out the deck, but for this early in the format with how many random aggro decks we've been facing, like, I think it's in a decent spot. Does it show the whole deck? No, sad. But this is since the last update. It's still like the purple decks that give us trouble. All of the other combos haven't really been much of a hassle, even if the games were pretty close. Like, we were able to sort of utilize the tools that we have. But purple has so much reach that sometimes the stabilization just isn't quite there. So our matchup against green-purple is a little rough because they have the reach from both green being pretty good at having ward and then purple having the direct damage. The red-purple control decks, the ones that lean more aggressively, like they play a lot of the lower cost things, and then the spellbooks seem to have a better chance. But yeah, generally the purple decks have been where we struggle, and then the mirror, obviously, sometimes it's a crapshoot. But overall, like, I've been pretty happy with the results of the deck. Let me bring up the deck list. I gotta go take a quick potty break. Is this... Oh, man. That's such a small picture. Do you like this? Can I view all of the characters without having the side thing? No. Fuck. Can I zoom out a little bit? Oh. That'll do, I guess. It's not, like, perfect, but... Doesn't tell you how many cards are in each color? Or it... Fuck. I want to blow out. Maybe it'll work over here. This is kind of fine. I kind of hate it. There has to be a better way to show the deck list. Like this? Ugh, I hate that too. Group by color? No. These sorting options are not my favorite. Whatever, here's the deck. You can see it without the pictures, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. You can see it without the pictures. I'm gonna check one thing. Is the number here the same as what we have over here? Like, record too many losses? Maybe I did. We were only 9-3. So I didn't make any changes today. Maybe we're 9-3. Looks a little better. Yeah, because I had 1 win, so we're 9-3. Cool. Okay, so yeah. I will be right back. Here's the deck. And then we'll grind a little bit more. See if we can get some more points. Alright, we back. Alright, we do a little more battle. I was thinking about what cards that I could potentially cut out of here. And the only card that I reasonably would want to cut is maybe like a Nick, but then that shaves an uninkable card, which feels really bad. Like, there's no uninkables that I don't want in this deck. Like, our number of... Like, I'm not cutting the one apple, that's great. The Lady Tremaines, the Be Prepared, the Scar, like, this is all good removal. Like, maybe I could shave on one of these, but that feels pretty bad, because then the consistency of getting the first one goes down. And, like, nothing else is really uninkable, so... Like, we're not cutting one jumps. Maybe we just don't need as many Lady Tremaines, and this could be just cut, but I like where it's at right now. Got our 10 points. Battle a little bit more here. See if we can keep our score heading in the right direction. I think the deck can pretty comfortably keep a decent win rate, at least until people adapt to how to interact with it. Start playing more purple decks that can compete with steel, I suppose is probably how to do it. I wonder if... Like, okay, so if the purple deck can find a way to reasonably not lose to steel, I think it has a good shot of being one of the better decks in the metagame. Like, as long as you're favorable against Steel Wheel, then the rest of it is kind of secondary. We go first, so we don't really need the hops. Bell can be ink. It's a lot of Be Prepareds. Not a great redraw, but it's fine. Hold this just in case they are on a really aggressive line. If they're not, we'll ink it. It's fine. Maleficent is pretty aggressive, so we'll do this, and then we'll dump the one jump here. And then we can potentially eat this if they don't have a ton of follow-up beyond just attacking with it. Our draw is not particularly fast anyway, and slowing down Maleficent is always pretty nice. They may just bounce it as well. That's an option. Pawpsicle. Maleficent Pawpsicles. That's a lot of fucking Pawpsicles. Okay. So we kill that so they stop beating me to death with it, which is nice. I think we do get rid of the bell over the Tamatoa here. We're going to need to draw an item. Ideally a Pawpsicle. Another rat. I think we just bin the rat. Not that we have any items for this Tamatoa either, but if we do draw an item, then this gives us our redraws later. Our opponent has drawn an actual fuck ton of cards more than we have, which is unfortunate. I'm curious to see what the blue part is in their deck. That's a good play. Wasn't thinking of this, but that is pretty rough for us. We'll have to let him do this and then hopefully be prepared in 2 turns here. I don't really care if they heal their Mim. That doesn't really matter. We could run out just a raw Nick Wild, but I think I'm just better off getting rid of it and going for the Be Prepared. Especially if they're just going to run out more fucking Maleficents. They're just Maleficent control, apparently. Oh, is that all of their Pawpsicles? Didn't they ink one on turn 1? Are they gonna sing? Oh my god, one jump ahead too? Jesus, okay. I guess we get rid of Tamatoa here. I mean, the Pawpsicles are less important when they're not... Look, I don't know what all this ramp is for. Hopefully it's something sweet, because they're definitely ramping to the moon. There's a world where we play the Flaversham because it can quest, but we know that they have Mickey. I'm debating on whether or not I just ink this Maleficent. I guess I don't. Guess I don't. I don't do anything. I don't think I can get rid of this reasonably. So now I can do this and just draw cards. Overall feels a little bit better. So we get rid of the Judy. And then I don't really give a shit what they're doing with their stuff. Like, if they try to interact with the Flaversham, I don't care. Because we can follow it up either with Scar eating their board or just with Be Prepared if we ink the Maui, which I think is fine as well. Ideally, I'd rather Scar and be like, bop, bop, bop. God damn. Can we do anything other than Friends on the Other Side over here, please, and thank you? That would be great. I would rather Scar this so we can keep this in play. I guess if they're going to draw this kind of nonsense, maybe the B Prep is better. Yeah, if they're going to play that many cards, I think the B Prep is just better here. Even more important if I had drawn a single artifact here, then this would have been stronger, but like we would have played a Pawpsicle and then attacked first, but I guess we just Be Prepared if we're going to 5 for 1 or whatever. Okay, go ahead. We do have the Maleficent now to eat something big. I think we'll do. We don't need to ink the Maui this turn because we're not going to draw anything that's going to combo so aggressively that we can't make that line, I don't think. We could Pinocchio. We could kill the Pinocchio with the Maleficent here. Or with the Maui. Does killing it with the Maui make sense? Or do we just let them go to 9? Maybe I just let them go to 9. And I don't really have to. We just use the Poison Apple for it. Maybe it's fine. I could hold the Maui and just not worry about the 2 lore. Maybe that's okay. Like, this is not... Getting to 4 lore doesn't really matter here. Like, we need to be a little ahead. I wonder if it's Pawpsicles and Flaversham on their side as well. Now we definitely don't need Maui. Double Scar. I'm so curious as to what's in their hand. I guess it could be just a bunch of... like a bunch of nonsense that has to bounce other stuff. Mim Dragons and whatever. Oh, or they were holding things like Jiminy Cricket to try and draw extra cards. Something along those lines. Oh no, they do have the Mims. Okay, that makes sense. Replay it, play another Mim. Yeah, that checks out. I guess we just do this. And then say go. I wonder how good Jiminy Cricket even really is. I guess if you're like really overly reliant on the Pinocchios, maybe it's fine. Like if you have the Pinocchios in the deck. Because then it turns them into Mims. Or Maleficent 3s. I suspect they're going to go wide again. I wonder if they're just going to quest here. Sure. Quill is good. I wonder if I hold it, though. In case I draw a workshop. Three, four, five. I'm just gonna do that. Get rid of this and say go. If I draw a workshop, I want to be able to play it and do something with it. Godmother, sure. I'm surprised that they have so much ink. I guess they've gotten a lot of it from the Mickeys and stuff. They only have 20 cards left in their deck. They've just, like, inked their whole universe. If I play this Nick just as a way of putting some pressure, I think I do. If they attack with both of these, which seems pretty likely, then I can scar and eat both of them. Which is still true. Still true. Oh, such a good draw. Okay. I guess we can play this before I attack the other one. Oh, well, that just gives us our answer of what the play is. Bash here, do this, heal this. Just in case. And then we battle with Nick and say go. Like, they have to kill this one or bounce it or something in order to not just die. Which they can do. They can bounce one of their other cards with the 4/3. That takes care of that. Okay, so we are 1-0 on our road to gain 10 more points. It's an interesting list. Trying to really lean into the Pinocchio stuff. I'm not necessarily sure that the faster version of that deck is better than the one that just plays more towards the late game. It's a really shit hand. I mean, yeah, I don't think Workshop is it. And the Nick is not very good. We'll keep a Maui just so we have some way of interacting. We got a Quill. Quill's okay. There's only so much that you can mulligan, though. Like, you have to still be able to ink stuff and play the game. We may hops the shield to draw and get some board presence depending upon what they're playing. But we're likely gonna Maleficent right away. Flynn Rider. We're going to do this on 3, so maybe we don't bother with the shield. Because we're just going to ink the Judy here, given that they're playing aggro. We're going to have to run out the Quill so that we can get to Be Prepared and to Maui, because they're playing discard, I think. Or maybe the mill deck or whatever. Like John and Wheels and stuff. So we just sort of want to ramp. We don't really care that much about drawing individual cards. Let's get rid of Judy. Say go. If we want to play a shield, we can always play one next turn. But since we have the workshop, we don't really necessarily need to run it out. In this spot, we can just play our Quill and play towards just ramping a little bit faster into this Be Prepared. Just to clean up what's going on here. One jump ahead a little awkward, but it's fine. We don't need 2 of these. We can play the Quill. We can just get rid of the one jump ahead. Once they go. We'll go up to 6, so we can play the Maui to force them to do something. Or we can play like the Workshop and draw a card if they're leaning towards the discard. But given that they just played Donald Duck, I guess we're probably not on the discard deck necessarily here. We probably need to bash something. Probably Flynn, I guess. We need to keep this a little under control. How much are they getting him? So we'd be at 13. I mean, we could just Be Prepared it. We could just draw a bunch of cards this turn. Maybe that's better. Pull a bunch. We draw a card this turn. Ink the apple. It does have the ability to kill the big Cindy. Maybe we ink a shield. We'll just ink the apple. Say go. We'll let them bash us here, and then we'll Be Prepared, clean it up. I don't love it. Our spot's not miserable, but it's not amazing. Another Donald Duck is fine. So we'll let them get to 13 here, I think. We'll pop the board, and then we can follow it up with a bunch of draw. I'm debating if we just want more ink. I think we do. So that we can do Pawpsicle into Flaversham to draw a bunch of cards. Make this pretty crap then. We could do another Flaversham too if we want. Get rid of a Scar. And a Queen of Hearts. Say go. You have Nick. Nick can get back a Pawpsicle. Can like workshop Nick and then get way more cards. Makes this Flynn Rider pretty awkward. Let's do that. We'll do Nick, draw the Pawpsicle, play the workshop, draw a card. Spin this. Pawpsicle, draw, draw, draw. We can Quill something, probably the Maui. quest, hit this, draws 2, quest, and then hit nothing. Okay, your turn. Flynn's getting -7. Like when they played it, Flynn was basically ready to just kill us for 4. Kind of one of the reasons that I think this card is a little awkward. Tinkerbell. We don't need another one of these. We can clean up some of this board as well. Or we can just ignore it. No, I think we have to clean up some of it. We have to clean up this for sure. We can just attack it with these two even. Kind of okay with that. But the question is, do I want a Maleficent and kill the Tinkerbell before they get a chance to quest with it? Or do we just, like, Tamatoa... we can do this in a bell, maybe. What if we just ink a quill, play a bell, eat a quill, ink another bell. So we have 11 in play. Not sure that they really have much answer to that. Especially not with only 4 ink. We have 10 more ink than them. It's pretty good. They had a pretty aggressive draw. It just ends up falling pretty flat. If you don't... I don't know, Be Prepared is just so good right now, in my opinion. Like, if you're not Be Prepareding, you probably should be so aggressive or have enough card draw that you don't care. Nice. We got some Pawpsicles. We can get rid of Belle since we have the quill. Can probably ink the Tamatoa as well. And we'll see what they're playing, I guess. Interesting that they were top 25 last season and still haven't named themselves. This can deal with that in 2 turns if we want, but like I don't know how important that really is. I think I'll ink the Tamatoa and just say go after playing the Pawpsicle here. The better play probably was to play the Pawpsicle first if that was the line, but it's fine. Sudden chill. Sure. We've been suddenly chilled. Given that our opponent appears to be on like a discard pile, we kind of just want to throw our hand in the garbage. If we're not drawing cards, we may as well just bin most of them. I wonder if we just bin this Shield of Virtue. I think so. If they make us discard our last 1 card, it's fine, but I would rather not let them make us discard 2 here and then lose everything. Be a little awkward. I'd rather just be up on ink and then play off the top, because eventually we'll draw Flaversham and hit these Pawpsicles. The only reason to worry about the shield Put the Storm Rage on. Yep. Are you going to let the Storm Rage again with the Tinkerbell? Are you just going to attack Maui? I'm so confused. I mean, I often am, but... like, what's gonna stop us from just... doing this? Is the answer nothing? Because that's kind of what it feels like. I probably should have just inked, but I didn't really want to ink and play a Scar. Maybe it's better because then we have a Scar in play, I guess. Then we have like a medium tier Maui. We'll see. We'll see if that matters. I'm also fine just throwing Maui in the bin now. If they decide to kill it with something, I don't really care anymore. Prince John. If we ink Maleficent, we can just cast a Scar. Less cards to make us discard, I suppose. Make this card even worse than it already looks. Tinker's fine. Do I even quest with a Scar? I don't think I do. Now John doesn't do anything. Discard the 3 off the top is pretty bad. Like after this turn, I think we can quest with 2 Scars, and I think that's fine. Like if Tinker trades with 1. Kind of doesn't really matter. Sure. If they attack with a Tinkerbell, we can just Pawpsicle 1. And then eat it for free. We could draw a card. What do we think about drawing a card instead? I guess we don't need the Quill. We can Judy the Quill. No? Where's my extra card? Hello? Okay, neat. I mean, whatever, right? Maybe we didn't even need to do that, but I guess we have Judy in play now, it's fine. Would have preferred if this was a different card, though. Sure, you have a Flynn Rider. Tamatoa. Yeah, I mean, if we had another card that was just in the inkwell, it'd be better, but we just blast. Kind of. I almost want to ink this. So that they don't have discard for this, but I think we'll keep it on the off chance that they don't have a discard. If they do, it's a little awkward, but I think they would have used it earlier. This isn't that surprising, though they might use John just to kill the Scar. Or grab your sword, sure, it's fine. Okay, this is good for us then. Do this, draw some card. Let's do this and draw some cards. Nick Wild. Care about these bells. Could ink both bells, play Nick, play another Pawpsicle. Alternatively, we just like a bash here. Play Nick. Kind of don't even hate that. Weirdly, don't hate it. If they want to trade their Flynn with my Tamatoa, I think that's okay. Which they opted not to do, which I can't imagine is correct. Given how fast Tamatoa can close the game. Don't need this one jump ahead. Play Bell. An item in here? No. Could have inked another thing with the Bell, but I wanted the Nick or the Flynn not to have any card or any value. What does this do? Sure. Goodbye, Tamatoa. Yeah, they were still dead on board because of the Bell. Tamatoa, like, closes the game. Tamatoa and Bell close the game so fast. Nice. We're now at 20 points. Can't lose. I'm surprised that you don't get more points for... Like, it resets your thing here. So 3-1 and 3-0 are the same. Just 10-point grind. I think Teeth and Ambitions is good. I don't think it's necessarily for this deck. But decks that have like the self-damage stuff, if you can take advantage of it, I think is pretty strong. Decks with Dinner Bell or decks with like Rapunzel, the 4-cost. I think makes Teeth and Ambitions a lot better, especially because it's a song. I think there's definitely a deck somewhere that plays like Donald Duck, Teeth and Ambitions, like Mother Gothel in some of the red-purple control decks. Interesting. It depends if you can take advantage of the self-damage, or if you don't care about it, then it's just deal 2 damage song. Like if you're bouncing your things after they have damage on them, I don't think it matters too much. So it's probably pretty reasonable. It is card disadvantage, because it doesn't draw anything, obviously. So you have to be aware, like, is the 2 damage worthwhile? And sometimes it probably is. If we get rid of these 2... Nice, that's a great draw. This is such a good draw. Christopher Robin deck. How interesting. Here's a Pawpsicle. Go. They are reading our Pawpsicle. Fair enough. Cinderella. Sure. So they are one of our better matchups. We've had an awful lot of Maurice's Workshops. So we probably need this one jump into this Fishborn Quill at some point. So maybe we do just get rid of Maui and we'll just outdraw to find an answer later. And I'm okay with that. Because this will draw us a bunch of cards, and then we can maybe ink one of these workshops with the Quill. I think it's possible that we do the Quill this turn instead of the Flaversham. I think we get rid of the shield here. So if we go Quill and ink a workshop, then we can follow it up with, like, doing a bunch of this shit here. Like, we really need the ink. Like, we don't need the cards as much as we need the ink because we have, like, double workshop Pawpsicle. Like, I can literally go workshop next turn if I want. Or workshop Haversham. Because if there's Steel Song, I want to be ramping. Which it looks like exactly what they're doing. Like, I want to be putting cards into my inkwell more than I want to be drawing random nonsense. I do like the workshops, though. So it's tricky. Maybe one workshop is fine, because if they're looking to wheel us, then I don't care. But we can do this. We can play this. I don't think we even need to draw. We can, though. Maybe we do draw. I actually don't think I do this turn. I think I'd rather just ink this. And then play the workshop. If they want to wheel, they're wheeling something that's very favorable for me and not them. And then when we actually can use the cards, then we'll attack with this. Stitch Surfer, sure. It's entirely possible that they don't even wheel at all now. Do they have a beast? Are they going to blow up my workshop? Another aerial. So their hand is Surfer, Wheel, X. They bend Whole New World. Okay, bud. Wasn't exactly the one that I wanted to play there, but it's fine. We probably don't care that much about this bell. Actually, maybe I do. Let's attack with this first and see what that gives us. B prep. That's pretty good. We'll do that next turn, so I don't want to use the bell this turn then. They might have another Whole New World in their hand, and if they do, that's fine. Like, I'm totally fine with that. We could even Scar and kill their stuff, but I think I'd rather be prep and wipe everything for sure. So I think I'm fine getting rid of the Scar. Can I just run this out and not draw a card? I think so. We could have untapped Flaversham here. Fucking rat boy. Tinkerbell. Shifted Tinkerbell. Oh no. I guess Scar would have been pretty good here. Assuming that they tap all their aerials. Because he could have just blasted them. As you go, hit Prince Eric, hit Ariel, kill Tinkerbell. But it's fine. We just do be prepared. Now they have a Surfer in their hand that we're not necessarily that fussed about. We do that in pass. Next turn we play the Bell out. And maybe the other Workshop. They're at 6 now. If they have Wheel, it's like really mid. Since we have 1,000 mana compared to what they have. Let's lead on the Pawpsicle, I think. Just to see what we're working with. Given that, I believe that we just ink the Maui here. And run out Bell, and say go. We have them on a 2-turn clock now if they do nothing. And we still have like a shitload of card draw in our hand. There goes the Stitch Surfer. Grab your sword, Lantern. Okay. They conceded. Fair enough. That's Steel Song, where we're generally pretty favored, which is nice. We take those. We take those. Hopefully on Monday, Pavel updates the points so that they are actually showing that you're scaling and whatever. I assume that it's not super high priority, though. We go second, so we definitely want to keep the Queen of Hearts. We probably don't need double Quill here. Not bad. Nick's good here. Pretty okay hand. We'll see what they play. We might be able to get rid of the Queen of Hearts instead of the Maui. Could also just bin the Nick, since it's not particularly fast. Hercules, and nothing. Okay. So then we can get rid of the Queen of Hearts. You really only need it if they run out of 1-drop, like a Lilo. This gives you an answer to it, which is important. The 1 jump ahead makes this draw even better. Probably get to ink the Quill. Beast's Mirror. Okay, so they 1 jump ahead, so we're probably looking to ramp to keep up with them, which is fine. We have that, so we 1 jump and say go. We may play Quill instead of the Flaversham. We'll see what their next play is, I suppose. Sisu. Well, Sisu gets chomped by the Maui. So I suppose that we do go for the Flaversham line then. Maybe we do the Quill. Quill plus getting rid of something. Now let's just draw some cards. Let's do that. We'll say go. We can get rid of one of these Nicks now to play the Maui. I'll just not draw cards with Flaversham. A little risky without the Quill. I even said that I wanted the ramp, so maybe the ramp is just like a better focus. I don't know if they would really wheel right now anyway, because it kind of just like deletes our hands and doesn't do anything else, but maybe. It would certainly be a line that they could take, though. Yeah, Aurora's fine. So given that, we've been a Nick. Followed through with our Maui plan. Just bash there, and then we'll just get in for one. If they opt to try and kill Flaversham, I don't care. Or if they just trade with the Maui, that's also fine. Now I think we're firmly in the driver's seat. We can start playing out some of our items. I don't know if we need to workshop first, since we have our toy maker here. We can use that to draw 2 extra cards, plus the paw. We can get the paw back with Nick. We might even just ink this Nick since we have so much other draw. Okay, that will take care of that here. Puts us at 14-3. Pretty good run overall. Deck feels pretty well tuned, in my opinion. See the Pawpsicle and the Quill. Get rid of these just in case we don't find anything to work with the hops, and we can always ink her. An interesting draw. It's a little slow. In this space, we ink Judy and just Pawpsicle. Ah, man, these one jump aheads are so nice. Queen for aggro. Let's spin a bell. One jump. We'll say go. They're looking to attack us with Queen here. Cindy, sure. So given that there's Steel Wheel, we probably just want to get the Bell or the Quill online, so we can get some ramp, as opposed to the draw. Let's do this, I think, and then say go. And then we can always do Workshop Pawpsicle, ink another thing. This makes Wheel really awkward for them, because now we're up a bunch on our ink as well. Honestly, if we don't care about Bell, we can even smash it into the Queen. We can kill both of their things this turn if we want. It's not embarrassing. Kind of want to get this Quill down, just in case they want to wheel to reset here. What if we do these two and just bash, bash, and then heal here. Then say go. See what they do, but then we can do Workshop Pawpsicle next turn. They opt to do that, and then they're going to blast the Bell. That's fine. Doesn't really forward their game plan. Oh, they're going to draw 2 cards? Sure. fine. So we'll play this. We'll play the Pawpsicle. Draw 2 cards. We can ink the Maui, the other Quill. We can play this and draw a card. That's really good. We want to protect the Bell. I don't care if he actually blasts me in this spot with the swords. That's fine. Beast, sure. Let's play Flowersham. Do this, draw some cards. Let's get rid of this 1 jump ahead. Do we want to play a second one and just draw 2, or maybe the Workshop is just better here to get it online, and then we can ink the other one. Say go. I mean, they may not even have Wheel in their deck. We'll just use the Nick plus the Workshop plus the thing. We're going to need to board wipe pretty soon. But we can always find Scar, and that does it as well. If they blast this, that's fine. We are going to need a board wipe soon-ish. So we're going to have to draw some extra cards to make sure that we can dig deep enough to find it. So they just run out a queen. They attack with both. In theory, we could interrupt their draw with this if we want. We'll see what we draw. Given that we drew this, I feel like we start by playing this and drawing 2 cards. Workshop and Nick. I don't like that we don't have a way to wipe the board this turn. That'll do. So we don't need all these Nicks then. Some Nicks are fine, but just kill all of these and leave them with just Queen. We don't need this either, just in case they're still on Wheel. Okay. It's fine. They can run out a bunch of stuff, and then we can just kill it, I guess. We can kill both of them with a Maleficent and a Maui here, right? Let's ink Judy. So if we Maleficent the Cindy, this is 9, 14. Oh, so we don't quite have enough to do that, huh? So they get to keep the Queen then. Could just Wrath the board too. Maybe that's better. Because we have a lot of them. Redundant copies, if you will. Get a Pawpsicle back. We can ink one of these Mauis then. Say go. Okay, maybe it's better just to Wrath the board. Because we can even Wrath it again next turn, and then draw some cards, and that's probably fine. Depending upon what they play, maybe we don't even care. Oh, a little too late there, buddy. Could just play another one and draw some cards. Do we want to board wipe this turn? They have 4 cards. Maybe I'm okay with that, actually. Do that. Let's ink Queen of Hearts. Let's quill the... probably the Maui we won't need. And say go. And then I think we're done drawing cards. Oh, 2 of their whole new worlds are gone. So we could be done drawing cards and we'll just start Tamatoing and actually getting some bigger boards. We play 3 things. We B-prep Tamatoa. Quill this thing. Tamatoa getting back shield. We get rid of this. Just play shield. Don't draw. Say go. Quest with Tamatoa. Draw. Another shield. Play the shield. We're at 18. We can draw 1. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Play another Tamatoa. Say go. Cinderella. All right. That'll be another clean 3-0 for another 10 points. We take those. We have 30 whole ass points. Woo! 30 points. But more importantly, which I think this will be fixed as well. More importantly, our deck is 16-3 with the latest update, which feels pretty good. With a 75% all-time, which is also pretty good since we were not running a lot of these cards when we first started this. And again, it's still just these purple decks. Like, we have not lost to Steel Song. And we have not really lost to the green steel either, like the mill deck. It is still just the purple decks that give us any trouble. And ideally, maybe we encounter them a little bit more just so that we can practice and tweak the deck, but I'm not even sure what else we can add that would really improve the matchup. I think we can maybe go for another 5 games at least. Suppose I should probably report the bug if it's still somewhere. Or at least confirm that it is still happening. Whatever. I'm already over it. Scar, be prepared. They're out. We have the Pawpsicle and the Quill, which are both good. I can get rid of Maleficent and keep the Judy. It's okay draw. It's not the best. It's possible I was supposed to get rid of the Shield of Virtue as well. It's not a terrible draw. It's got the Quill. Quill's important. See what our opponent does. Queen of Hearts would have been nice, but... we shall see what our opponent does. Yeah, a lot of times they just can't really play around the Scar in general. They have to combat. So I really like the Sword of Truth, but I don't know how to fit it in the deck is the problem. And I'll talk about that in a second here. So because it's uninkable, none of the uninkable cards I really want to cut. Like, I'm running 61 as it is. Like, I don't know what to cut, and I don't think that the Sword of Truth is as strong as the Poison Apple, because it only can... So the Poison Apple has more than one ability, right? It exerts a character, and then if it's a princess, it also kills it. Whereas the sword only hits villains. That's it. It only banishes a villain. So if your opponent doesn't have a villain, your sword doesn't do anything. Whereas the Poison Apple at least can still do stuff. I like the Sword of Truth as a tech card because it is very good to get back. I'm just not sure, like, what to remove for it, basically, is the problem. Something. I just don't know what. Are we in the world where we're going to have to play this Hops on 3? No. I think we're going to be playing the Quill on 3 so that we can Maui. So this Hops is just out. We could play the Shield. I don't think we need to, though. This is going to be a rough match, because they've got a really aggressive draw, and our hand is a little slow. But we'll see. Depends on what they follow up with the next couple turns. The Maui will be pretty good. Oh, they're bug abusing. Neat. That's great. I love that for us. I like bug abusers. I highly appreciate their ability to abuse bugs. I mean, it is what it is, right? I guess we can get rid of the workshop here. If you're curious as to what bug he's abusing, Flynn Rider basically currently says if you gets -1 for each card in your opponent's hands, but it doesn't see that ability, so you can, like, shift it and quest right away, and you just do 4 lore. It's kind of obnoxious. But there's not anything that we can do to stop it, so it is what it is. If you want to grind a ladder that doesn't particularly matter, specifically so that you can try to leverage this, go nuts. Am I gonna quest with this one too, or what? It probably can't quest because it has negative lore. Hilarious. Yeah, the bug right now is that if you play it before the ability kicks in, you can just quest, which obviously is not how the card is supposed to work. But whatever. We play this. We jam the Maui and bash. And then I don't think that I want this to have more lore. But obviously if they make us discard, it's a little unfortunate. We probably get rid of the other Maui, honestly. And then we use the Flaversham to draw some cards, because we're going to need to wipe the board here right now, basically. They decide to bash with Prince John. I think that's also fine. Still trying to bash with that Flynn Rider, huh? Only works the first turn that you play it, though, so sorry. Okay. I'm not even sure that they know that they are abusing a bug then, given how they're playing that. So we will call it... we'll call it ignorance in this spot here, and that's fine. Guess we can sing one of these. Just ink the other one. Just say go. So they can't quite get enough ink for Nick, right? I don't really want this to attack. Oh wait, I did want this to attack the fucking Prince John. I guess we play this then. That was a mistake. Wasn't paying attention. I didn't think my Maui had a target, but he could have just bashed Prince John, so then now he gets the quest for 1 with this. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because we're sort of in a spot where we're going to have to draw a board wipe this turn anyway. We're kind of SOL on that, so we'll do this. Okay, we did draw it, so that's nice. Guess we're not just dead, so that's cool. Play that, we'll play the Pawpsicle. Could have inked the Judy maybe, because we don't really need it. Because we have the Flowersham. From the other side into what? Hopefully not something particularly threatening. Maleficent is a little threatening. Let's see what we can do about it. Not much, huh? Not nothing, but that is a bit of a problem. We're going to need to close the game, but we also have to, like, basically kill everything that he plays for the rest of the game, which is unfortunate. We're pretty dead here. They would be at, like, quite a bit less lore if the Flynn worked properly. We really need to board wipe, like, right now. Which I don't have as an option. You can draw Lady. If we do this, that is a scar, so that's not it. I guess we're dead. Okay. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? So that's twice now that the purple green deck has scammed us with bugs. So that's unfortunate. The first time was when we couldn't hit their ward character with our Lady Tremaine. And the second time was the Flynn being able to attack before it gets the thing. Let's do this, get rid of the scar, the nick. This hand's bad. If we just bin everything, draw a brand new hand. Unironically, a much better hand. I think we don't need the Judy, given that we have the Quills in the workshop. Looks like the control deck, probably. Mirror, maybe. Or some flavor of a mirror. Given that, I have a pretty good idea of how I want to play it then. I don't even think I play this other Pawpsicle. Mother Gothel is fine. I don't believe that we need Nick Wild here. Quill can get rid of the B prep. Or the other Quill. We don't really need double Quill. Let's get rid of the other Quill and then say go. And our follow-up turn is going to be Workshop, draw 2. We may need this Be Prepared yet. I'm not 100% sure. I probably would have hopsed. Oh, he is going to hops. He hopsed his own Pawpsicle. I would have hopsed the Quill for sure. Especially... I guess he didn't know that I had another one. So that's fine. Let's do this. I still don't think I need the Nick. I'd rather have the ink. Let's do this Pawpsicle. Draw 2. We'll get rid of the 1 jump ahead and say go. I'll let him run out random idiots and we can be prepared later. This deck doesn't have that much ability to close the game fast, at least not this early. We could always blow it up. If they play Dinner Bell here, I might just be prepared. It loses them so many cards. Nick, gets back Pawpsicle. Then the Judy makes more sense then. Because they can Judy get the Pawpsicle to draw and then Nick. Yeah, I think I'm in the market to just draw some cards this turn. We could smash the Mother Gothel. I don't think I need to do that this turn though. Honestly, I don't think we need to do that at all. We're just going to be prepared at next turn, I think. Or Scar. 1, 2, 3. We could Scar the whole thing. Could even heal it with the Pawpsicles if we want. We don't really need 2 Scars, though. We are 4 ink up on our opponent. This is going to get them to 9 if they attack with everything. Which is fine. I don't love it, but it's fine. We could Scar. We don't necessarily need it to live. If they play another thing, maybe we just be prep. Keep the Scar. We'll see what we draw. The Rat, I think I can do this. I think that's fine. They have drawn more cards than us currently. But we have inked a lot more things. Now they found a Quill, that's fine. Likely they're on Dinner Bell, so we should be able to get a lot more draw than them pretty rapidly here. Especially with these Flabbershams. Draw 2. Let's ink. Could hit the Quill, but I don't think that matters anymore. So we do this. I could just play another Quill and draw 2. is fine. Definitely don't need the Queen of Hearts. Kind of like all the cards in my hand. I don't necessarily need another Flower Sham, but we can use it to draw next turn as well. Assuming that they maybe kill this one. Oh, so they also have Maurice's Workshop. This must be like a hybrid then. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. We'll put a little pressure on with the Bell, make them do something that's not play on the board. We can Bell and Maleficent if we want. Let's start with this. Tremaine makes this a little easier for us than on the mana. Get to kill this and play this with 2 draw. Do we even need the 2 draw? Kind of don't hate it. Draw 2. This we definitely don't need anymore then. So we can ink that away. 9. We don't need to ink another one here then. We can just say go. I don't care if he kills this now with a Maui. That's like his whole turn. Their whole turn. I think that would be fine. Or Scar, sure. Get Scar Time Walk. That's not a big deal. I think if your only play, this is just a big Maui. Realistically, anyway. Okay, ink another thing with the Quill, sure. I think we quest here. Pretty sure that I'm fine just Maleficenting this. Do we want to Flaversham this turn? I don't think we need to. I think this is better. Make them board wipe, which is still essentially a time walk. If they had another Pawpsicle or Shield, if they're playing them in their hand, they can draw another card, but I don't think there's much else that they're going to be able to do. Tamatoa, sure, with no items. Yep. Play another Maleficent here. Do this, do this. We could Judy the Maurice's Workshop. Then Automatoa can get that back. Do I even care? Could just untap this. Maybe we should ink the Judy. I guess we can always ink it next turn, because we can ink 3 things in a turn if we want. I'm waiting for them to be prep so that we can drop some bells. There we go. Maybe 1 bell and a Judy to pop the Workshop. Bell, Judy, let them draw a card, but then if they draw an item, they don't get the ability to play extra cards. I'm not really sure. Kind of a weird matchup. Let's play this and draw 3 cards. We can ink this. We won't need it. Nick is okay. Just pass. The bell demands an answer. Yeah, so they had to play another Workshop to do anything here. Hadesies, sure. It's fine. Could be prep the Hades. I don't know that I care. Maybe we just Tamatoa. Let's do this. Play Tamatoa. Get back a Pawpsicle. Untap this. This just really doesn't matter anymore. I think we already are going to draw so many cards every turn. Do something like that. We have 7 ink over our opponent, which feels pretty good. We've drawn 11 extra cards, which most of them have gone directly to ink. But we've also gotten back a bunch of cards from our bin to play. The triple Maurice's Workshop doing work here. They concede. That's fair. Alright. Put us at 16-4. We go first. The Queen of Hearts isn't super necessary. I'd like a little ramp. We don't really need the Nick then. What if we send this back? Okay, we got some quills, that's fine. Can we send the Maleficent back? Throw down a Pawpsicle, draw a card, say go. We'll likely ink this if they're not very aggressive. This must be the same matchup. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Then we'll definitely ink the Queen of Hearts. And say go. We could be on the Judy Nick plan, but I think I'd rather just... Honestly, maybe we are on the Judy Nick plan. Interesting. When you have an item, it gains resist 1 and ward. Huh. Huh. I do like ramping, but... We found a Flaversham. That's cool. We can draw a lot of cards this game. Inks another Noi. This is an interesting card. We could kill Noi this turn with the Shield of Virtue. We just like attack it, Shield of Virtue, attack it again. It's kind of a weird line, but it would work to kill it. Bop, bop. It would slow us down a lot. Maybe I just don't give a shit about it. I think that's probably the most accurate setup here. I'd rather just do this. We don't really have any ramp velocity because we opted for the Judy instead of the Fishbone Quill. I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. They Quill, draw an extra card, they can maybe ink something, so they're on a more aggressive draw. If they attack with this, we probably just kill it. We maybe don't need a Flaversham. We can kill it with one of our things instead of both of them. I would not have played this Pawpsicle here without being able to workshop it. Yeah, I think we can do something like... Let's lead on Pawpsicle here. Yeah, I think we don't need both of these. I think we play one of these. We can quest here. And then just bash this twice. And then say go. And then if they want to scar us, they scar us. But at least their thing isn't in play anymore. They opt for drawing cards. That's fine. Leaves our board intact, and we can keep up with their card draw pretty well. Though they do have the workshop, which is very strong. We have the Flaversham and some Pawpsicles to go with it. And we have a decent clock on them as well. Sort of a Tamatoa. And something else. They are at 7 now. We probably need to play a Quill or a Bell here just to keep up with what they're doing. They hops to draw another card. Sure. It also gets more pressure on the board, which I think is acceptable. We're bashing with both of these. I'd really like to get this Quill down. And this Haversham. That's 7. I don't think I need this Bell. We definitely don't need this Maui either. Nick is very good for them. Ideally, I'd like to find like a Scar to clean this up. Maui's okay, but a Scar would be a better pickup to sort of clean up what's going on here. We're in like this weird race with the way that our cards have drawn out. It wouldn't surprise me if they Judy and kill Nick here, though, just to keep the board a little more even. Yep. It's fine. Since we're a little behind, I may consider just trying to wipe the board. Oh my god, they have one jump ahead as well. Where are they putting all these cards? Is everything a damn 2 of? Like, what's happening? Must be. Let's play this first, then. Judy. We could blow up the workshop. That would be the second one. It's kind of past the point where it matters. Alright, so if we use the Maui to hit this and kill this, and they just have the Nick in play. We could even ink something and just use the Maui to kill both. I suppose Scar gets us here and then. Scar, they can go bam, bam, bam. Not sure that they're running Scars necessarily, or if that's even something that they'd want to do. Maui killing our Flaversham's fine. We don't love it, obviously, but we do have a Nick and a Tamatoa. Play Tamatoa, Pawpsicle. They like their play so much they're going to do it themselves. I see. I can appreciate that. I like that. That's good. Except that we can do this, so it kind of leaves you with this weird Maui. I think we do this. I think we leave the Tamatoa in our hand. We do the Pawpsicle into the Flabbersham just so that we have more going on. Or at least more to work with. I guess for the sake of mana considerations, to make sure that we have the most, let's just play this. An Ink Scar. Don't think Scar is really what we need anymore. A Flabbersham of their own. Yep. Still ahead of us on draw a little bit because of the workshop. Maybe they have Dinner Bell. They can just Dinner Bell the Maui now too. I don't know. We'll see. This is a tricky game so far. Okay, they played a lot more of their hand than I would have expected there. Let's do this. Give a Shield of Virtue here to see where we're at. So we finally found a Maurice's Workshop, which is nice. I feel like that is in the cards for us here. Okay, I think we B-prep to stop some of their card draw at least. And play one of these ourselves. I think just ink this because it just doesn't matter once they go. And then the Tamatoa can draw us 2 cards. Or at least 2 cards. And if they Judy our Workshop, that's fine. They opt to Judy their own, also fine. Here's the Gothel again. Okay, I think our play of doing Tamatoa to draw a Pawpsicle is still fine. Pawpsicle, draw a card, draw a card. Pawpsicle, draw a card, draw a card. We ink this because it's garbage right now. I don't know if we need any of these yet, so I'm just going to say go. Sure. They'll go to 10. We'll wipe the board. Let's just do this straight up. We'll play this and draw a card. Just run out Bell. Give it a threat. If they Maleficent it, we can Maleficent it back. If they play 2 things, we can Tremaine. Be prepared, sure. Mickey Moose, huh? I'm debating if I want to play out the Bell. What if I just do this and say go? Because it's still a 2-turn clock. Crab. I would assume that they're going to get a Pawpsicle, but they could have gotten another Workshop too if there was one in here. Oh, there wasn't. Okay, that's fine. They draw 2, that's okay. A couple of lines to killing the Tamatoa if we want. Felicia. Reckless. Interesting. Let's cack the one jump ahead here. We're just gonna blast the Tamatoa. We can't really let them attack with that, ideally. Mother Gothel's not a princess, right? Could just do this. Say go. Make them do something, and then we have a bell as a follow-up. Probably a board wipe, I would assume, or something that just deals 2, or deals with one of these 2. Yep, be prepared is fine. A Tamatoa would be a little rough for me here. Not unbeatable, but a little rough. That could be a good draw. We just do this and hope that they don't one-shot us here. 1, 2... Well, they might. They're going to draw a lot of cards. They have to answer both of these, or they have to one-shot us. That's kind of their only goal. And they have enough items in their deck, in theory. They need 4 more. Draw 3 cards. I'm stupid. Oh no, I'm not. I couldn't have killed the Tamatoa here anyway. We lose. If they draw another 1. I don't think that they have another 1-drop item in their deck, is the problem. Nope, they had a Shield of Virtue. Okay, guess we're dead then. Oh no, they still need 1 more. Right? Because this is 19. Fucking close, bud. Whew. What a close game. Make them have it, right? Because in theory, if they had an answer to, like, say, the Bell or the Scar, then they could have done that and Tamatoa'd for not lethal, but enough. You know, get me for 5 or whatever. Make it so they're not dead. Not doing too bad, though. I don't mind the mirrors. They're kind of tricky to navigate. Like, obviously, the more cards that you draw, it feels like the better, but obviously it can always go south if they have better answers to stuff than you do. We want the Pawpsicle. Get rid of these 2 and the Bell. Nice, we got a Quill, that's good. Ooh, that's a tough draw for us. maybe we can keep up with it because we have the one jump ahead, but... What was the other bug that we encountered? Tremaine, Flynn... I thought there was one more. I don't know if he's running Dinner Bell, maybe not. What was the other bug? Weren't there 3? There's the Lady Tremaine not being able to remove warded characters. There's the Flynn bug. I thought there was one more that we encountered today. I could be wrong, though. I'm just going to assume it's those 2. I thought there was one more, though. Yeah, whatever. If I remember it, I remember it. The Lilo is pretty rough here without a better draw. Though we did find a Scar, so maybe we lean really hard into just ramping into Scar. We don't need this extra Quill, then, if we're going to do that. So this will put us at 4-5, and then we can 6-7 next turn. We can Scar and maybe clean up this board, then. If they Dad Blast, we get rid of probably Maleficent Nick, and then we're in a really bad spot. It's a very good draw from our opponent, on the play especially. Like, this is the kind of draw that you really need the haste Queen of Hearts to interact with the Lilo, and then like the Enchantress also doesn't work then because it gets for 2 and you still have a 2/2 in play. Sudden Chill itself is fine. Unless it's Sudden Chill and also Dad Blast, and then we're big dead, because I'm pretty sure that they sang it. I'm not really sure that singing it is the best option for them here, though. I mean, maybe it is if they just, like, delete our whole hand. But if their play is just to do another John, like, I don't think I would have sang it. I would have just, like, played more idiots. Maybe I'm wrong. I think we keep Flaversham in hand. I think I want to keep my Scar as well, so we're going to Pawpsicle it. Which is a little awkward, because now the Flaversham is a little bit worse, but... like, I feel like the Scar with 3 damage is more valuable. Because it makes this not be able to quest right away. Gives us more time to draw into something else. Let's see what they play. They have a very interesting looking deck. Like, what happens to this draw if we B-prep them here? Just, like, incinerates it, huh? Well, you gotta draw those for that to work, and we did not, so... 2, 4, 6. It's not great for us. I mean, Prince John, even just as a 2-lore ward character, isn't that bad. I can see this deck being pretty okay a lot of times. They didn't attack. Do I just use this to draw 2? Oh my god. We need to board wipe so bad here. We can draw 1 with the other Maurice's Workshop. You can dig 3 deep. Alright, we can dig more than 3 deep. We can dig like 30 deep. Alright, we've done it. We managed to crack the code. I don't think that we need this quill. But we've solved the code. We are going to play this Tamatoa next turn, get back a Pawpsicle, and then we are just going to Tamatoa them in 3 turns. Maybe not even 3, it might be 2 with the Nick. God, Scar is so good. Holy fuck. Like, actually just so good. Being able to sing B-Prep there is, like, insane. Actually insane. Okay, is that your turn? Okay, that's your turn. Alright, let's ink this. Play our crab. Crab the Pawpsicle here. I'm just gonna play the Shield of Virtue just to buff the crab. Because we already have the double Pawpsicle. We don't need more draw card. We're gonna draw like 30 cards next turn. Okay, let's play this. Draw. 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 Ink this thing. We don't need this other Maurice's Workshop. Let's play this Nick Wild. Get a Pawpsicle. Play it. Draw. Some amount. Whatever. We'll quest with the Tamatoa. Say go, and then they're just dead next turn. So you have, what, 1, 2, 3 items. Yep. Crab combo. Crab, crab, crab. Cusco! Shit. We're dead. Alright, let's bin this. We go Fishbone Quill. We'll draw a card. We'll go Poisoned Apple. Draw a card. Fishbone Quill. Quest. Quest. Combo! Alright, that puts us at 40 Grandmaster points. Or big points. Eventually we'll see them on the leaderboard. I don't know what they're going to look like, but I do appreciate that the point climb is not so exacerbated by win streaks. And basically, if you're jamming 5 games, as long as you have a 75% win rate, or 4 games, I suppose, if you have a 75% win rate, then you gain points, which I think is cool. It will mean that the points will not go nearly as high, I suppose, and then we'll have to see what that looks like. We'll look at our deck here to see where our stats were. So we were 19-4. Pretty good. Like, all things considered, I'm quite happy with where the list is at. The green-purple kind of fucks our shit up, it seems. That is the big problem spot, is the purple cards that also happen to have green with them. can beat us up pretty badly, but the rest of it seems to not be that big of a deal. And we're still on the 75% win rate overall, which feels quite good. Navigating the mirror is tricky. Some of it comes down to like how you play. Some of it comes down to your deck building choices, how many Lady Tremaines, how many like mid-gamey things like Nick Wilds and whatever you have. I don't necessarily know if like the Aladdins and those kind of things are even that good in the mirror. Dinner Bell feels like it's probably not great, mostly just because we like all of our creature combat just deletes our characters rather than them sort of rumbling. So it's interesting, you know? So I think I'm going to take a screenshot of this just to brag a little bit, and then we will probably be done for right now. I'm going to go find some food, and then I know that Worlds 4, the Worlds Finals is in a little bit. So I appreciate everybody that shot a follow. Sorry that I didn't see it. I don't know why my notifications weren't popping up for me, but I see a couple of them maybe had happened, so I appreciate everybody for hanging out. I am going to start streaming a bit more and more often, so we'll probably be grinding with this deck, and then we'll likely be testing some other decks. There are some spellbook aggro decks, like I have a blue flavor. There's probably a red deck in here that's maybe a control deck that's a little bit better. That's kind of one of the other ones that I want to work on, because I think that there is a pretty good deck in here somewhere. I don't know. This is a Cogsworth version that's probably a little bit better against Steel. There is, like, I think Aladdin is probably pretty strong. I don't know. It just depends on if this deck is good as a control shell or like the pseudo control or just a straight aggro deck. That I'm not really sure. You know, there's the versions that run like the Pinocchios and things like that are a little bit lower to the ground. Or maybe you just put green with this, and then you're just leveraging the really strong green cards, and then that's a bit better. So that'll be another deck that we're working on right now. The Bomb Pop or the Pawpsicle control deck is kind of the flavor that I'm feeling. But yeah, I'm excited that the ladder reset. The new set looks really fun, and it has a lot of cards that are pretty cool to build around. I don't think that the format is anywhere close to solved. I do like this deck to start out pretty early just because it is good against the existing stuff. Basically, the sort of Steel Song with the new adjustments, this doesn't really struggle that much with that. You ramp, you ignore their things, and then you board wipe them, and then they kind of struggle to survive from there. Yeah, pretty excited to be doing more streams. Yeah, so just pay attention to it, but I'm likely going to be trying to find a more consistent schedule, and then just trying to stick with it over the next little bit here. But it has been some tricky life hurdles have kind of gotten in the way, but be like that sometimes, you know. Let's see if anybody else is even on, because I like streaming, I really do. Ducky's on. We can go send it over to Ducky here. See what they're up to. But yeah, I will be around some more, climb more ladder, we'll get more games in. I might even be on again yet tonight. We'll see where I'm at a little bit later, especially after I get some food. But thanks for watching. I will catch you next time.